G'day, mate. 40 here. So a few years ago, Jared Goff was the #1 pick in the National Football League draft by the Los Angeles Rams. He was a quarterback out of Cal Berkeley, and he eventually led the Rams to a Super Bowl where they got thrashed by the New England Patriots. Eventually, the Rams head coach Sean McVay despaired of Jared Goff, and so he shipped him off to the Detroit Lions. And his early start was not good with the Detroit Lions, right? And so in Tuesday, late October 2022, Jared Goff went in for a meeting with his head coach. The Lions were 1-5 on the season. They were 4-18 since Dan Campbell had taken over as the head coach, and Jared Goff was the starting quarterback, and it felt like the whole world wanted him bench. And so that's what Jared Goff thought was going to happen when he met with his coach. And he just kind of braved himself for the bad news. And then as he started breathing, Jared Goff, as he started to exhale, he had an epiphany. He says, man, I got to stop trying to do too much. So I like how this revelation hit him after the exhale. All right, we learn often a tremendous amount from the exhale. Okay, I don't quite have my lighting right, so let's get some Torah while I get my lighting right.
The Torah is coming to tell us that when we need to redeem, I guess you would say, land in the Holy Land from the non-Jews, we should know also us how to do bargaining. Mekach u'memkar. And because we're going to have to pay, kesef.
So I remember when I was standing there among two Jewish attorneys who were plotting negotiation strategies, and I remarked, "Oh, I love how you guys use Torah in your daily business." And one of them just took great offense that I thought that Jews had superior bargaining and negotiating abilities. He thought it was highly anti-Semitic. But I'm not someone who likes to bargain, right? I come from an Anglo-Saxon culture. We tend to be reticent about the natural passions, such as for money. And so the enthusiasm with which many Jews I know engage in bargaining is somewhat breathtaking to me. And just noticing this cultural difference, I remember just deeply offended one friend.
Full payment for every piece of land. Now, it's hard to see that a young 6 or 7-year-old Mohilever would say that, but that's exactly what he was involved in, that we have to start buying the land, things like that. So it's reading into his past. But okay, very nice. And if you look in Rav Maimon, you have the typical Iluyim stories about him when he was young. And he does marry at age 15. That's not
so. Iluyim means that he was a prodigy.
Not a legend. He does, and he's supported by his father-in-law for a few years. That was the common theme in those days. You'd be supported the guest. You'd be supported by the father-in-law. I don't know. I'm really not up on whether in the
Another expression is a bucky, meaning someone who is devoted to excellence. And so I remember one Orthodox rabbi described me as a bucky in Lashon Hara, meaning a bucky in gossip.
Brady world today in America, in Israel, you have the government supporting you. I don't know in America if the fathers-in-law still, because I know some people learn and it's not the father-in-law, it's the father who supports the son's learning. But I don't know if today in the Haredi world, there's this this concept that it's the father-in-law who should support you. I guess the father-in-law is wealthy, but someone could maybe type in about that. But after being supported by his father-in-law for a few years, he goes to learn in Volozhin. And we're told that while he's there, he supports himself by work.
So Volozhin was like the Harvard University of yeshivot back in the middle to late 19th century. All right, let me get back to release. So you might remember I sometimes do la-la-la-las. It's an Alexander technique, a breath exercise that begins with the release of air. You might think that a breath exercise, that should begin with the intake of air, but it begins with the release of air and then just allowing the air to naturally flow back in. La, 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 la. You exhale the air, allow the air to come back in, instead of pulling it in. When you pull it in, you can't help but tense and compress many of your neck and facial muscles, which then sends tension and compression throughout your body. So it's often with the exhale of breath, as Jared Goff found out, that you get your realizations. So Jared Goff goes in to meet with Dan Campbell, and he exhales and he has an epiphany. Right, man, I got to stop trying to do too much, the quarterback, Jared Goff, tells Dan Campbell. I've been trying to overcome things throughout the game, constantly thinking this is the moment we're going to turn it around. I'm squeezing so hard trying to help us to win because we all want it so badly. And we often go through difficult times in life, and we get through them because we start squeezing and compressing and kind of forcing our way through difficult times. And if instead we learn to release and to let go of this unnecessary compression, this unnecessary squeezing that we're doing to ourselves, we will tend to perform much better, not just for Jared Goff, not just for NFL quarterbacks, but for all of us. I have to release and just do my job one play at a time. Yeah, release and do your job, not worry about the rest of it. And the coach says back at his quarterback and smiles. He says, Jared, that's all I've wanted you to do this whole time. This was the mental shift that helped Jared Goff manage the emotions. So your emotions are going to be highly related to how you hold yourself, right? If you are free and easy in your body, the emotions will flow through you in a free and easy way. If you're very stiff and compressed in your body, your experience of your emotions will be stiff and compressed, right? You'll likely be much more difficult to relate to and to interact with and to talk to if you're stiff and compressed, as opposed to being free and easy. And when we let go of that unnecessary muscular tension and compression, right, we tend to be a lot freer, a lot easier. Our thinking frees up, right? When our body frees up, when the unnecessary compression frees up, the voice frees up, and the emotions free up. They all relate to each other. And it often begins with an exhale. So I just exhaled there and let go and expanded my field of awareness so that I could see both sides of the room simultaneously and everything in front of me. And I felt my whole back and neck release, and I probably even went up a little bit. So I let go of that unnecessary compression. So right now, the Detroit Lions look like they're the #1 team in the National Football League. Maybe Kansas City Chiefs, #2, and Buffalo Bills perhaps right there with them. So we got 3 NFL games this Sunday. Okay, topic number 1. We are blessed with a Christopher Caldwell column in today's New York Times. And he says, who could have seen Donald Trump's resounding victory coming? If you asked an American intellectual, you'd likely meet with embittered silence. But if you asked a European intellectual, how do you account for Donald Trump's victory, you'll likely hear the name of Wolfgang Streeck. He is a German sociologist, and he's a theorist of capitalism. And he describes the complaints of populist movements with unequaled power. So populism relies upon a united country. So to the extent that we experienced relief after the election, it was in large part because of the decisive nature of Donald Trump's victory. And it was a shared relief that our country was not beset by riots and violent crime. And there may also have been a sense of national cohesion and purpose and a shared fate and a shared destiny and a shared connection between Americans. So populism relies upon a people, one people, as opposed to elite rule, where that depends upon elites forming coalitions with a divided society. So they may form coalitions such as the modern Democratic Party. You've got a high-low combination where you've got the most elite, highest achieving members of society forming a coalition with the lowest achieving members of society, and that's the current Democratic Party. Populism relies upon a largely united populace, and only that way, if the people are united, can it overcome elite rule. And I'm not someone who thinks that populists have it down or the elites have it down. I'm right in between. Sometimes I side with the populists. Sometimes I side with the... Why am I getting some shadow there? Sometimes I side with the elites. I don't think either side is just destined to be automatically on the side of the angels. All right, Christopher Caldwell in the New York Times. So he resembles Karl Marx in his conviction that capitalism has certain internal contradictions that make it unstable, particularly in its present neoliberal form. His latest book is Taking Back Control: States and State Systems After Globalism. And he now asks whether the global economy is set up to be compatible with democracy, and he has his doubts. And when you understand his thinking, you'll understand about all sorts of left-wing movements that share his worldview, from Syriza in Greece, Podemos in Spain, the New Alliance on the left in Germany. But you'll also understand populist movements on the right, from Viktor Orban, Brexit, and Donald Trump. So Mr. Streeck, his name rhymes with cake. He argues that today's contradictions of capitalism have been building for half a century. Between the end of World War II and the 1970s, working classes in the West won robust incomes and extensive protection at the cost of capitalism's profit margins. Right? That was the nature of the post-war settlement. So what economies lost in dynamism, they gained in social stability. So the United States probably has the least regulated labor market and economy in the first world. It's also the most dynamic, but it also has the fewest worker protections. And so it's highly insecure, but also highly flexible. Now, starting in the 1970s, things began to change. We got the Arab oil embargo of 1973. The economy began to stall. Politicians were placed in a bind. Workers had the votes to demand more services, but that required making demands on business, and business was having none of it. And states finessed the issue by permitting the money supply to expand, and this allowed them to offer more to workers without demanding more of bosses, and governments began borrowing from the next generation. This was the Rubicon, right? The first time, the post-war growth period, that states took to introducing not yet existing future resources into the conflict between labor and capital. They've never broken the habit. These policies sparked inflation. Investors balked again. It took a painful tightening of money to stabilize prices. Then Ronald Reagan's supply-side regime eased the pain a bit, but only by running record government deficits. Bill Clinton was able to eliminate these government deficits, but only by deregulating private banking and borrowing. So the dangerous debt exposure was shifted out of the Treasury and into the bank accounts of middle-class and working-class households, which led eventually to the financial crisis of 2008. So we have a series of mostly American attempts to calm the economy after the 1970s, producing the system we now call neoliberalism. So neoliberalism doesn't mean a new version of the left. It means a new version of free market economics. So liberal in the European and the Australian sense means free market and capitalist. So neoliberalism was a political economic project to end the inflation state and to free capital from its imprisonment in the post-war settlement. And at each stage of neoliberalism's evolution, we have all these key decisions made by technocrats, experts, and other actors who are largely insulated from democratic accountability. Bureaucrats tend to be insulated from democratic accountability. You usually cannot sue bureaucrats. They're largely immune from decisions taken by the executive branch and by the legislative branch and from the judicial branch. So we had an economic crash in 2008, a worldwide financial recession, and central bankers stepped in to take over the economy. They used quantitative easing and other novel methods of promoting liquidity. During the COVID emergency of 2020 and 2021, again, we had rule by experts, largely bypassing democracy. We had a tiny number of administrators issuing mandates on every part of national life, from masking to vaccinations to travel, education, church openings. Governments incurred debts at levels never before seen. Now, for the global economy to be free, it must be constrained. So I was talking with Elliot Blatt yesterday, I think, about being free in the moment. And I said, you only want to be free in the moment after you've set up sufficient guardrails. So I feel most free usually around people very similar to myself, either Orthodox Jews or fellow writers. And because we share so much in common, then I can let down my defenses. I don't have to be cautious. I can then meet the situation, and I can let my emotions out, and I can act much more spontaneously, as opposed to in the wider world where I'm dealing with a lot of people completely different from myself. I don't know how they'll react, and so I tend to be much more buttoned down. So capitalism depends on a deregulated market. But how do you get to deregulation in a free society? Because regulations are the result of democracy, the people's sovereign right to make their own rules. So the more democratic societies are, the more idiosyncratic they will be, the more economic rules will diverge. And this is what businesses hate. Money and goods want to move frictionlessly and efficiently across borders. This requires a uniform set of laws. And to achieve this, democracy has to give way. When you have a uniform set of laws, you also have a single international norm. Whose norm? Well, usually it's the American one. And this has brought economic order and economic efficiency, but it has also tilted the playing field in favor of American corporation, banks, and investors, which has troubled the West's relations with Russia. So the transition to global capitalism has been tightly controlled in Russia by American government agencies, foundations, and NGOs. The Russian oligarchs who emerged to run the Russian economy in the 1990s were received with open arms by American corporations and the London real estate market. And for the Indians and the Chinese, free markets, again, on these terms, they carried the threat of imperial high-handedness and a loss of self-determination. So why do you get the grievances of movements like Donald Trump's? And why are populist movements so popular these days? Right? Because it's in part, a revolt against the rules of globalization. Right? Non-technocrats, right? Members of the working class or other people who are just sick of the progressive pieties of corporate human resource managers want to reshape society, and they are increasingly annoyed that almost all the major decisions that matter come from unelected bureaucrats. So here is Wolfgang Streeck, the featured intellectual in this latest Christopher Caldwell column in the New York Times,
which is the extreme weakening of the center.
So he is speaking here September 25 about the latest German elections.
To the extent, and then we get federal state factors coming in, to the extent that we had governors from either the Christian Democratic Party or the Social Democratic Party. Usually people vote for their sitting governors, and they did that also, not necessarily to the same extent, but two of the three were actually re-elected. Otherwise, however, where they didn't have a sitting prime minister, especially the Social Democrats, they had the same fate as Social Democrats have all over Europe. They are almost pulverized in elections, and special conditions help, but usually it's a very difficult time for them. And then when the center doesn't hold, you get parties on the fringe, marginal parties. Like in Spain, you get regional parties. In Germany, you had a regional party, so to speak, which for a long time was the Linkspartei, which has now completely disappeared. And now the AfD has, to some extent, taken its place. The one question, then of course, this phenomenon, Sarah Wagenknecht is herself from East Germany. And she was long a leading figure in the Linkspartei until she left, because she thought that the policy of the Linkspartei had become too much dominated by students in West Germany. It had become too much a party that reflected, so to speak, the life world of the West rather than the old Eastern parts. And that's an interesting party because. And in order not to extend this too much, you were asking for the sort of nature of this party. Political scientists usually now use this sort of two-dimensional system. You have economically progressive, economically liberal, one continuum, but then you have one going the same direction, which is sort of socially libertarian and socially more sort of conservative or communitarian, if you want. Yeah. And the Wagenknecht party, to me, sits in this quadrant, which is not occupied in the German system, which is where you are economically not just progressive, but in many ways radical. And at the same time, you're not necessarily happy about the CSD, the 6 or 7 CSD parades that you could attend. They have a more sort of Yeah, and then in some sense, patriotic, communitarian, some say nationalist flavor, which defines them and which seems to be attractive to quite a few people who have not felt represented by the center of the German system.
And as far as the AfD is concerned, you raised a very important point in conversation, which is that they are doing so well among young Germans throughout Germany,
Yeah.
which is or could be a very important point for the future, right?
Yeah, although it's a question whether it's an age thing or a generational thing. The sociologists distinguish between the two. If it's generational, then it will last throughout their life. If it's age, it's just among young people, and as they get older, they do something else. Today, party affiliation is more sort of fluid and volatile than it used to be in the past. In the United States, Lazarsfeld in his voting study of 1936, he found that once you had voted Democrat, you would vote Democrat for the rest of your life. That is not necessarily the case anymore, because now voting is about lifestyle rather than about socioeconomic divisions, because these are basically, I mean, the political parties are basically in the same bracket as far as.
That's interesting. Voting is about lifestyle rather than socioeconomic conditions. So from the end of World War II until, say, 2015, voting seemed to be primarily about how do you distribute government resources. And then since 2015, it seems that voting is primarily a reflection of lifestyle or identity, perhaps. I don't think that identity politics is a dirty word. I don't think we need to transcend identity politics. Of course, there are useful and less useful ways of expressing identity politics, but in free capitalist, classically liberal societies, we all get to have many identities. I am a convert to Orthodox Judaism. So in some sectors of my life, my Orthodox Jewish identity is the most powerful identity that I have. In other sectors of my life, my American identity is the most powerful identity I have. In other sectors of my life, my Australian heritage and probably my white Anglo-Saxon Protestant identity is the most powerful identity I have. In other sectors of life, my Californian identity or my Los Angeles identity is the most powerful. Sometimes I'll go to a sports bar and my identity as a Dallas Cowboys fan is the most dominant, influential identity that I have. In other sectors of my life, my identity as a writer is the most powerful identity that I have. In other sectors of my life, my identity as a convert, someone who has switched from one religion to another, is the most powerful identity that I have. So we all get to have multiple identities, right? We're not just primarily American or just primarily Christian. It's just in some segments of our life, right? Our American identity will be stronger. In another segment of our life, our professional identity will be stronger. In another segment of our life, our regional identity or our sexual identity or our social identity will be all over the place. So let's have a look here at the chat. Thomas says, I can't imagine how good it must feel knowing that you are not the target of Judaism's hatred. So, Thomas, do you feel that hatred? It sucks, Luke. How do you experience the hatred? The Trump and the Harris. Abortion, transgenderism. Well, you have just as much abortion and transgenderism, even if there are no Jews around you. So there's no relationship between the number of Jews in a population and the amount of abortion or transgenderism. So you're reaching for abstract explanations for a hatred that may not be there. It may just exist in your mind because you're getting some kind of payoff thinking there's some kind of magical key for explaining the world around you and for explaining your own failures in life. And so it maybe provides you far more solace to imagine that your own pain and suffering in life is the result of some nefarious group of people, the Jews, rather than looking at in the mirror and coming to terms with to what extent is your suffering self-caused. That's a very painful realization, as opposed to, there's this abstract group that I don't have any firsthand experience with, but they are the ones responsible for my suffering. So a uniform set of laws is particularly useful for capital, but it requires a single international norm, and that has been dominantly the American norm. So within the United States and Western Europe, you have different countries making rules about globalization, and the people are rebelling, right? They don't want technocrats and bureaucrats making the rules. They want to have their own representatives make the rules. So when you have an economic policy, a public health policy, trade policy, immigration policy that is managed by bureaucrats and technocrats and is not managed democratically, you shouldn't be surprised that that outrages a large portion of the population. So in the wake of the mortgage crisis, COVID, the war in Ukraine, the Biden inflation, right, you've got all these tendencies towards de-globalization, and one of those is the re-election of Donald Trump on November 5. So in a global economy, common people have no leverage. And parties of the left lost sight of these problems after the 1970s. They allowed their old structure, oriented around industrial workers, primarily concerned with worker rights and worker living standards, to be infiltrated and overthrown by intellectuals who are primarily concerned with promoting a system of values such as human rights and the principles of wokeism. So Mr. Streeck thinks that democracy is in crisis, but it is in crisis because of the very elites who purport to champion it. So among the people, democracy is thriving. After decades of decline in voter turnout, there has been a steep and steady rise in voter participation over the past 20 years, at least where you have parties whose candidates reflect a genuine popular sentiment. And the elite liberal commentators, those who back the parties of the standard model, have tended to change their definition of democracy. Right now, they see high electoral participation as a troubling expression of discontent, endangering rather than strengthening democracy. So we've overturned traditional ideas of democracy as part of the new political strategy of the elites. And so you've got the news media and the other grandees of globalization fighting back against all these waves of populism. They're using every arsenal of instruments at their disposal: propaganda, cultural, legal, institutional. So we have all these different obstacles placed in the way of populist movements in Europe, in France, in the United States, in England. Right? So Marine Le Pen, whose party won the most votes in France's national election last summer, currently standing trial for embezzlement before a court that may ban her from politics for 5 years. You've got the Israel deep state trying to get rid of its prime minister, Bibi Netanyahu, whose coalition commands the majority of Israeli voters. But the left-wing independent judiciary in Israel is dead set on removing the elected government. And in Germany, you've got more than 100 members of the German parliament, the Bundestag, requesting a constitutional ban on the country's fastest growing right-wing party, the Alternative for Germany, ahead of the national elections scheduled for February. And in the United States, you had all different prosecutions of Donald Trump. In fact, you had a conviction of Donald Trump on 34 felonies around bookkeeping on a legal theory so novel that not one American in 1,000 could explain what he had been convicted of. Now, a majority of Americans effectively avoided the conviction at the ballot box, but not because the deep state didn't do everything it possibly could to try to prevent people from even having the right to vote for Donald Trump. And so many of the left-wing billionaires who funded the lawfare against Donald Trump are now thinking about fleeing the country. Here's the New York Times.
What's a Democratic billionaire to do now? This article is by Theodore Schleifer and read by an automated voice. In the weeks after Election Day, one of the biggest donors in the Democratic Party, the LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, has considered what would once have been unthinkable for a billionaire who often talks about his patriotism: leaving the United States. Mr. Hoffman, who has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on politics over the last few years, has told friends and allies that he is weighing a move overseas, according to 3 people with knowledge of the talks who insisted on anonymity to discuss private conversations. Mr. Hoffman, who declined to comment through a spokeswoman, has helped pay for some of the most aggressive private litigation against Donald J. Trump, and he is worried about retribution from a president who has promised to go after his political opponents, including major Democratic donors. While Mr. Hoffman's reaction is dramatic, and it's unclear how much moving abroad would protect him or his assets from Mr. Trump's wrath, he is hardly alone in a liberal big money world still stunned by Vice President Kamala Harris' defeat.
So why would there not be blowback, right? When you fund lawfare, when you fund private lawsuits meant to humiliate and destroy somebody, and they overcome obstacles that you threw in their path, why would you expect to be free from retribution?
Several major donors or their advisors have privately floated the idea of moving abroad, while many others are squinting apprehensively at the future, or trying to shape it. Some are distributing memos meant to guide the post-mortem analysis for Democrats, beginning to kick around ideas for new media companies, or imploring their peers not to let liberal fundraising dry up. All of that agita and nervous energy congealed last week in the lobby of the Salamander Hotel in Washington, where the typically sedate biannual meeting of the Democracy Alliance, a network of major liberal donors, became a 4-day group therapy session. Dejected Democrats debated what happened at early morning breakfasts and evening drinks around a fire pit on the...
So the enemy gets a say in life, right? You punch someone in the face, either with brutal physical force, or you fund lawsuits against them, or you spread rumors about them, there will be repercussions, right? People will fight back when you deliberately hurt them, which is why people in recovery try to minimize their needless conflicts with other people so that they can have a smoother and more productive life. Funding lawsuits against people is not a likely path for a smooth life. All right, let's check in with Fox News.
Let's play him.
I mean, I think it surprised people because there was these public polls that came out in late September, early October, showing us with leads that we never saw. When Kamala Harris became the nominee, she was behind. We kind of...
What he's not explaining here is there's a big difference between public polling and private polling, something that I've hammered on this show for months. Private polls are much more thorough. They are much more expensive. And private polling showed Donald Trump with a solid lead in the battleground states for a year prior to the election. So public polls often showed Kamala Harris in the lead. And up to election day, the news media talked, this is a 50-50 race. But it wasn't, right? For a year prior to the election, Donald Trump had a small but enduring lead in the battleground states. So all the difference in the world between private polls, which the parties pay for, which are thorough, which are expensive, and which tend to be far more accurate than public polls.
Climbed back. And even post-debate, we still had ourselves down, in the battleground states, but very close.
Lauren, what's your assessment of that?
I think this is a pretty widespread phenomenon. I think, Kamala Harris, if she had a margin of error lead in a handful of swing states at some week in October, that's something we shouldn't have drawn too many conclusions from in the first place. And so part of what we saw is both campaigns didn't want to be, overconfident, but they also didn't want to depress their voters, and they want to get them out to the polls. But certainly, the circumspect.
Okay, having a conversation here in the chat. I asked Thomas, how's the quality of your life? And he says, can you be more specific? Okay, so how's the quality of your relationships? Are you married? Do you have a happy marriage? Do you have children? Do you have good relations with your children? How are your relationships with your family? Are you close with your family? Do you have friends? Do you play a valuable role in the life of your community? Do you have a community? Do you have a church that you're a member of? Are you moving ahead in your career? Are you earning a good income? Right? Are you building towards your future? Are you developing a good, high-quality life filled with friends, family, interests, and community? All right, so the subject intellectual for today's show is this bloke here, Mr. Streeck from Germany.
As economic policy is concerned, the differences are very, very difficult to find. What I find interesting is that now in among quite a few young people, there is a sort of, you can also almost a pubertarian rejection of the moralizing that is imposed on them by the media, by the established parties.
So different people have different hero systems. And when you object to the moralism that's imposed on you by the news media or by your teachers, you're objecting to the imposition of a different hero system on yours. For example, you might have a heterosexual hero system. You might conceive of the military as a heterosexual institution. You might conceive of marriage as a heterosexual institution. And so you may be sickened by the presence of homosexuals in the military or the state legalization of same-sex marriage. And if so, then you would be going against the elite consensus, and you would object to the new moralism that wants to celebrate same-sex marriage and the transgender realignment and the like.
By their teachers, 90% are members of the Green Party, or not just 90, but a very great majority who actually know what kind of moral sentiment young people have to have in order to be on the right side. And as you do this, you can actually produce the opposite. In my own memory, if I may add that, in the 1950s, our teachers were basically all former Nazis, and the result was the 1960s revolution.
I always remember a good quote about kids in America who fly the Confederate flag, who of course have now moved, or they or their children have moved into support for Trump. Yeah. And said that, people like that don't much like racial minorities, and they don't much like liberals, but the people they really hate are high school principals.
Yeah.
I think sums it up pretty well.
One excellent analysis of the election noted that the Democratic Party has become the party of HR, constantly monitoring and correcting your speech and every nuance of behavior. And this hectoring school mom attitude of the Democratic Party has worn thin for many. So Christopher Caldwell concludes, the left must embrace populism, which is merely the name given to the struggle over an alternative to globalism. Now that globalism is collapsing under its own contradictions, all serious politics is now populist. And populism is almost always nationalist as well, because populism is about a united people overcoming elite rule and overcoming the elite subdivision of society into all these different interest groups aligned against each other. Populism wants a united populace, which will invariably be highly nationalistic. Nationalism has been the single most powerful political force in the world over the past 250 years, and yet almost all intellectuals look down on it as primitive. And the forces behind nationalism are not necessarily the most rational. Right? Nationalism refers to love of your own people, and placing the interests of your people ahead of other people. So when economists talk about the virtues of free trade, for your typical economist talking about the virtues of free trade, the benefits to China, the benefits to other countries are just as important as the benefits to one's own country. So your normal economist does not operate with a preference for his own country. And for most Americans, most English, most Australians, this is bizarre. Why would you not favor your own? I grew up in Australia. There was this widespread sentiment that if you weren't Australian, you simply didn't matter much. And if you're a normal Japanese man, you're a normal Swede, right? You primarily care about the welfare of your own people. And what outgroups do is not of very much concern to you. They're not quite irrelevant, but you have a focus, and that focus is the well-being of your own people.
Molly, how far do you see this as a shift in Europe as a whole? And what do you see as the implications for the future of the European Union and European policy? Wolfgang, do you think that these election results will lead to serious changes in policy by the existing coalition? Does the resignation of the Greens board indicate this? Or do you think we will have to wait until after the next Bundestag elections to see?
We may not have to wait that long. So if the Pistorius threat was to Scholz was real, which I can't really say, it could be that among the deputies, the SPD members of parliament, there is a sort of panic that none of them will be re-elected, and as a result, they will want a new leader. But Scholz has one strategic option, which should not be underestimated, and this is the FDP, the Liberals, having announced that by the end of the year, or towards the end of the year, a number of important decisions, budget and so on, have to be made. And they have sort of indicated that unless the government, especially the Social Democrats, don't do what they want, they might drop out of the government. As far as Scholz is concerned, there's a better option for him. He can sort of stonewall the FDP on.
So much of politics boils down to us versus them. And this is not a favored opinion by elites. All right, they want to transcend this kind of binary thinking. Not sure it can be transcended, because even the most left-wing elite will have a visceral disgust with, say, conservatives, traditionalists, those clinging to guns and religion, will regard vast swaths of society as simply trash. It's an economizing device in our physiology and brains that we all naturally tend to dismiss vast amounts of humanity as being of no importance. And I don't think that this human tendency can be transcended, because even if you take on the most elite left-wing position, you'll simply transfer your disgust with much of society to, say, matters of ideology, or to those practicing religion, or those with a different view of the Second Amendment than yourself. But yet, the left and the elite will talk about overcoming and transcending this binary us versus them politics, which is obvious and ostensible on the part of populists and the right, but is still present on the left, but it tends to be hidden. They're cheating, right? The left is cheating when they imagine that we can consistently transcend us versus them.
This story was written by Sally Jenkins, in sort of approximately occasionally fair. The best we can ask is there are no easy answers in the San Jose State volleyball controversy, but those reducing the issue to them against us are missing the point. Competition is never equal, and it is only sort of approximately occasionally fair. The best we can ask.
So this story, in transgender fight, volleyball saviors miss the point of sports. There are no easy answers in the San Jose State volleyball controversy. Those reducing the issue to them against us are missing the point. All right, Sally Jenkins, a good member of the left, and part of being on the left, part of being in the post-Enlightenment, liberal, educated perspective on life is that you glorify the power of reason. And so if we can decide right and wrong with the power of our reason, if we can decide our identity, including our sexual identity, with the power of our reason, if we can strategize and choose our path through life with the power of our reason, right, then we can transcend our body. We can transcend primitive biological identities and urges. And so the left-wing liberal perspective on life is to idealize reason, to idealize the buffered identity, right? The identity that transcends biology, that transcends familial ties, and on its own can rise above and decide right and wrong, purpose, and strategy for life. And it's reflexive, so we monitor our own behavior. We internalize all sorts of disciplines because we choose to identify with the enlightened, rational, post-Enlightenment, liberal left perspective on life. And this theory has many advantages, but also many disadvantages, just as any traditional approach to life, by contrast, would be more medieval, would be more physical, would be more grounded in the body, and in traditional ties to blood and soil. And there are advantages to traditional identity, to the medieval way of experiencing life, and disadvantages. So we have two different approaches to being human.
Is that it be meaningful, that it teach us something about ourselves. This is the context in which transgender athletes enter into sport, and the people who would reduce this self-seeking to an unfair them against us are missing the point entirely. Sport doesn't tell us who we are biologically, but spiritually and psychologically, and the first thing it tells us is not to be victims. So it's a step backward for so many women athletes to cry frailty in the debate over trans participation. Spoiler. I don't know who is right in the scientific dispute over whether athletes who were assigned male at birth have lingering advantages from nanomoles of testosterone, or disadvantages from their suppression. Hormone studies are all over the map. And anyway, every sport has different demands.
Right, so she thinks that sexual identity is something that is assigned rather than being inherent in our chromosomes. From my perspective, sexual identity is inherent in our chromosomes. People cannot change their sex. All they can do is mutilate themselves.
Good luck using exceptional height and weight on the uneven bars. But the lawsuit brought by San Jose State co-captain Brooke Slusser and 10 other Mountain West volleyball players asking emergency injunctive relief to bench a San Jose State player for, in their view, not being a proper woman, doesn't clarify the matter. What it does, from the unfortunate way it's written, is make female athletes out to be fretful weaklings. The starting point in this controversy should be that women have agency and power, but the lawsuit is a recitation of tears and fears about someone who played.
So when it's to your advantage to claim to be a victim and to be helpless, right, groups will claim victimization and helplessness. When it's to your advantage to claim power, then people will forego the victimhood identity and just simply flex their power. Let's have a look at the chat. Tommy says that he's opposed to Judaism and he is devoted to exposing the Talmud. But Tommy, do you even know the language in which the Talmud is written? Are you fluent in the Talmud? I mean, how much do you know about Talmud, or do you only know what people who share your worldview tell you about Talmud? I spent thousands of hours studying Talmud. It's an incredibly complicated work, and I know that most of the people who share your worldview are not even literate in the languages of the Talmud. So all the wickedness that the Talmud advocates, I would be willing to bet, Thomas, that you cannot even read the Talmud in its original languages, and that your knowledge of Talmud is insignificant, and instead you are relying upon gross distortions and lies about the Talmud to give yourself a meaning and purpose in life. But it's a meaning and purpose that's not based on reality. I know it may fill you up, and it's often much more exciting when you get a distorted and false view of a group that you see as your enemy. It's much more exciting to concentrate on that rather than on failures within your own life that are self-caused.
NCAA volleyball for 3 years without incident until her gender identity was called into question this fall, at which point the legal equivalent of shrieking at spiders began. The word harm is used 12 times in the.
So I asked the gentleman in the chat if he was literate in the languages of the Talmud, Aramaic and Hebrew, and he says, I'm able to read. So why are you not answering my question? Is it too painful to admit that you are illiterate in the languages of the Talmud, and in fact you don't know anything about Talmud, or you know lies and distortions said about the Talmud that meet your emotional needs, but as you do not optimize for truth, right, what the Talmud actually says is irrelevant to you. You are only interested in distortions and lies that somehow fill you with purpose. Okay, are you even able to read Aramaic and Hebrew? No, you're not. You are completely illiterate in the languages of the Talmud. You don't know anything about the Talmud, but you find lies give meaning and purpose to your life. Without them, your life is empty. Without them, your life has no significance. And if you were to engage with what the Talmud actually says, right, you would find it a daunting, intellectually and frequently morally challenging work. But that, I understand, is too much work. Right? It's so much easier just to believe lies rather than to engage with reality. Right? When you optimize for truth, when you optimize for reality, it will often be like taking a cold shower. It will be incredibly bracing, and it will not be as immediately emotionally rewarding as believing lies. It's irrelevant that you don't know anything about Talmud. You say it's irrelevant that you cannot even read the Talmud in its original languages because you have the magic key to what's really going on about the Talmud. Let's talk about the teachings. And now you're going to raise all sorts of lies and distortions that you've been taught by people who share your worldview, but you don't know anything about the basic text itself. And so living in this world of delusion is providing a buffer, right? It protects you against painful humiliation in reality when you can retreat to this fantasy state that you actually know something about Talmud when in fact you do not. This is Sally Jenkins writing in the Washington Post.
Injury 15 times, safety 35 times, concerns 37 times, and protection more than 50 times. U.S. District Judge S. Cato Cruz was unmoved, quoting another judge's ruling in a similar.
So what will constitute safety and protection and freedom will depend upon your hero system. So for many women, the presence of men in their locker rooms, changing in front of men, pretending to be women in their locker rooms, will make them feel unsafe, unprotected, in danger. And then for others who have internalized Sally Jenkins' worldview, this will theoretically be no problem.
Urgency relief case, he wrote, I decline to manufacture a sense of urgency that is not supported by plaintiff's own conduct. His ruling was upheld on appeal Tuesday. On Friday, San Jose State was scheduled to play in the Mountain West Conference semifinals, but late Wednesday, Boise State chose to forfeit and end its season.
So I fully support these programs that refuse to participate in athletic competitions against teams that have transgender athletes. You don't have a superior language, Luke. Well, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. There is no superior language. Right? There's no inherent reason that Aramaic is superior to Hebrew, superior to French, is superior to Spanish. But if you want to opine on what a particular text says, if you cannot read that text in its original language, then your opinions don't matter very much because you don't know very much. You're ignorant. And if you can't recognize your own ignorance, that indicates that you are at odds with reality. Right? You should never listen to what anyone says about the Bible if they are not fluent in the languages of the Bible. Right? If they don't know Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic, why would you care what their opinions are? Because they don't know anything, right? Or they can read our translations. Yes, would Tony Blair change clothes in the same locker room as transgender athletes? What's going on with Israel and Hezbollah?
Traveling into Gaza to the Kerem Shalom crossing. This is one of just several entrances through which aid is allowed onto the strip.
All of these pallets have been inspected on the Israeli side. They have been brought here, unloaded, and they eventually will be distributed across the strip.
It's everything from potatoes, apples, to sanitary pads.
We were walking.
And the chat says, again, we have language tools. Yeah, you can have all the tools you want, but if you can't read a language in its original, you have no expertise. And that part of reality might be upsetting for you. You don't have any standing to critique a text if you cannot read the text. I recognize that reality is painful. So the Israel-Hezbollah war is fascinating in that for months and months prior to Israel unleashing against Hezbollah, we were told how Hezbollah had the power to decimate Israel. This was the dominant mainstream media perspective on Hezbollah, and you had all sorts of anti-Israel activists on social media just drooling for Hezbollah to unleash against Israel. And when the war heated up, turned out that Israel was able to kill every leader of Hezbollah and decimate its command authority and destroy most of its munitions, destroy its communication structure, its command structure. And so the reality of Hezbollah was completely different from the presentation we're given in the mainstream media. And the average IQ of the soldier matters. Right? The average IQ of soldiers in Hamas and Hezbollah, talking about 90. The average IQ of Israeli soldiers is 100 and above. So you're probably talking on average a single deviation in IQ of about 15 points between Israel and its immediate enemies. And it's not surprising that the higher IQ force consistently wins out against the much more numerous but lower IQ opposition.
With the international community on different roads, different time of operation.
Most of Gaza's 2.3 million people are displaced, although much of this might not reach them because of new attacks on aid trucks.
UNRWA says that 109 trucks that departed.
And let's have a look at the chat. Billions of people know what the New Testament teaches, and they do not speak Greek. Yeah, they know what it teaches through a translation, but they don't have any expertise, right? They have a vague sense, right? Christianity is based on coming to God as a little child. There's nothing in thousands of years of Judaism about coming to God as a little child. You don't have to know much to become a Christian, right? You just have to evince a simple faith. But you cannot have any expertise in the text if you cannot read the text. So it's not about a red herring. It's about intellectual honesty. It's about reality. And proclaiming that you have all sorts of expertise and knowledge and tools that you do not have shows that you're in a war with reality. And this is not just going to reflect poorly upon you in a chat. Your life will just be a series of humiliations as long as you are this seriously at war with reality. So often I've had people come onto this show, people who are academics, people with PhDs, people with tenure, right? People in prestigious positions at universities, and they would start proclaiming about papers and books that they had not read. They had this degree of intellectual arrogance and chutzpah, and it's not surprising to me that they always came a cropper, right? Arrogance and chutzpah and denial of reality always come before a fall. Right? How do you know you're in touch with reality? Your life is not a continuing series of humiliations. As long as you are at war with reality, you will be humiliated again and again and again, because you're going to trip up on all sorts of obstacles that you're not seeing around you.
From this crossing earlier this month, only 11 of those made it to their final destination. The U.S. State Department is urging that a more secure safety operation is needed.
When asked about that, the IDF told me the responsibility is on the international organizations picking up supplies from here.
One of the big problems.
Okay, our intellectual of the day here is this German bloke, Wolfgang Streeck.
On important points, and then fire the FDP ministers. That he can do. At that moment, he can ask for a vote of confidence, which.
Okay, this is an interview we did 2 years ago.
Is an important factor, of course, but more importantly, I think, or related to it, is the fact that the kind of globalized economy that was dreamed of in the 1990s and then slowly sort of disintegrated in the first 2 decades of this century, that kind of thing is coming to an end. And that has important consequences, especially for the German economy. German economy was based on very long supply chains of simple but non-expensive parts that they sort of bought all over the world and then put together into quite sophisticated products.
So when the European Union was coming together in the 1990s, there was a great deal of optimism in Europe that it would develop a continent economy that was going to be more powerful than America. And instead, past 24 years, the U.S. economy has moved from parity with the European Union to now the U.S. economy is 50% larger. The U.S. economy is the only major economy in the world that is growing.
Which then were exported into a global market that was supposed to be completely free of any barriers to trade, out of which resulted the fact that China is now the most important market for the German export industry. Now, Germany was an export-oriented country, still is, and with these 2 conditions, long supply chains and open markets, maybe sort of enforced by the fact that since Germany has the euro and weaker countries share the euro, the exchange rate of the euro was artificially low from the perspective of Germany. It should have been higher if Germany was just Germany, which means that they had excellent conditions, competitive conditions in foreign markets outside of the euro area. And inside the euro area, you had what you can call a captive market, which included a growing number of countries in East Europe, but also on the Mediterranean. So many of these conditions are breaking away.
Professor Streeck, let me just try and tease out, because you've mentioned two of those interesting ideas there. The first is almost that Germany became the sort of example par excellence of a globalized economy. So it's hyper-reliant on those global supply chains staying in place, and also on...
So by contrast, the United States is the least dependent on global trade of any of the world's major economies. So as global trade becomes increasingly dangerous and difficult, right, the United States is best positioned to ride that out.
The markets being uninterrupted. Tell us a little bit more about that, because it's a result of Germany's sort of post-war history in some way, isn't it?
Yeah, also historically, even before the war, Germany was heavily industrialized in terms of the importance of the export-oriented manufacturing sector. And once you're sort of dominant in certain markets like machines, automobiles, and so on, it's very hard to lose that advantage. So in the, let's say, beginning in the 1980s and then on into the 1990s, German firms were quite good at consolidating their power in external markets, and to that extent, it might have had something to do with the post-war era, because Germany wasn't much involved in military production, defense, military adventures, and so on, spending a lot less on the military than the British did or the French, the Americans not.
7 years ago, Wolfgang Streeck published a book, How Will Capitalism End? Reflections on a Failing System. This is a lecture he gave May 17, 2017.
The book is a collection of essays, not by accident. It is not a grand theory. It is not something that is sort of systematically built. And the reason is that I think we still need to do some work to be able to do this. It is, however, an attempt to explain to my colleagues in the social sciences, in sociology and in political science, that today our disciplines can no longer be productive unless we work in a good part of political economy, and unless we begin to understand how our subjects are related to what used to be called in the tradition of the Frankfurt School the totality of our societies, which includes the process of material reproduction in its modern form, and that is modern capitalism. So essentially the final chapter of the book is a plaidoyer for a social science that remembers its origins in the late 19th century and early 20th century, when there was no distinction between economics, political science, and sociology. Max Weber cannot be allocated to any of these, nor can Karl Marx.
And looking at the chat, Bob is from Norway. He says a lot of high-profile rich Norwegians have moved abroad the last few years after the Norwegian government raised taxes on the wealthy from an already high level, and then mocking the wealthy for complaining. So you can create a structure that rewards high achievement and penalizes antisocial behavior, or you can move in the direction of much of what the Democratic Party has stood for of late, and that is penalizing high achievers and rewarding antisocial behavior such as homelessness.
Nor Werner Sombart, and in many ways one would also say that someone like John Maynard Keynes was not just an economist. There were good reasons to see these, not to departmentalize the world into the turfs of different disciplines, but look at the whole beast in its entirety. So in this book and in a couple of preceding essays, some of which are present here, I want to make it plausible why it is worthwhile, again, to think about the end of capitalism, about a crisis of capitalism that ends this regime. And of course, this suggestion raises a number of.
So a lot of idiots in talk radio think that being right-wing means standing for low taxation rates and small government. Right? That's not the meaning of right-wing. There's nothing inherent in having a high-intensity in-group ethnic identity and standing for low capital gains rates. Right? There's nothing about standing for low taxation rates and small government that's inherently right-wing. Right-wing means that you believe that family structures and social structures that have stood the test of time are generally to be preferred over experimental structures. Being right-wing means that you favor more severe punishment for norm violators than people on the left, who have a higher preference for medicalizing and using therapy and trying to retrain and improve people rather than outright punish people. So to be on the right means that you are for punishing people who behave badly. Being on the left means that you much more prefer rehabilitation for people who behave badly. People on the right are more comfortable with a hierarchical approach to life, recognizing that different people have different gifts. People on the left tend to think that the worst things in the world are ignorance and bigotry. People on the right tend to think that the worst things in the world are impurity and threats from outgroups, chaos, and disorder. So different fears characterize the left and the right.
Questions that I will...
But the right is inherently no more pro-capitalist than the left. Right? A right-wing government will try to frame and control capitalism and direct it towards the well-being of a particular people. Rather than the people serving capital, a right-wing government will try to ensure that its capital serves primarily the people.
Try to address in my following remarks. The end of capitalism, I see this in terms of a reconstruction of the laws of movement. That is the endogenous dynamics of this particular social configuration. What I insist on is that if that structure plays a very important part, and that what happens to capitalism is not just a matter of agency, what governments do, what we do, how much energy we save or whatever, but it's also a question of structure, because there's something going on there that drives the developments that we have to cope with. And coping with this dynamic is the important question. This endogeneity of change, the pressure that comes out of an institutionalized dynamic system, is something that needs to be considered in the context of Marxist-sociology. And in many ways, in the 1960s, when in the United States, the social sciences became tamed, so to speak, became domesticated after the war, the modernization theory tried to capture this question or this problem of a movement driven from within, so to speak, a historical dynamic. Then later we sort of dissociated ourselves from modernization theory, and in the course we dumped the baby with the bathwater. Yes, so history, and that's also something I will say. History is another very important sub-theme of this reasoning. My second point is to specify why it is legitimate to think about capitalism ending. Generally, as a very general point, capitalism is a historical social formation. It has a beginning, and the logic, if it has a beginning, it also has an end. We can locate that beginning in the second half of the 18th century. That's where I locate it, but historians can always find an.
So I remember Dennis Prager would try to explain the left versus the right in that the right stands for smaller and smaller government, which is not true. So the left prefers more experimental ways of doing things, more rehabilitation, less punishment, and more education. Biggest fear, bigotry, intolerance, lack of education. That's what characterizes the left And on the right, the biggest fear is chaos, disorder, and the threats posed by outgroups and bad behavior that is not sufficiently punished within your group.
An earlier stage where something already, in my view, when the new individualism of the Enlightenment sort of discovered.
So individualism is not inherently right-wing or left-wing. So in general, a more traditional approach to life is not highly individualist. A more traditional approach to life recognizes that we're not primarily formed through the power of our reason. We are primarily formed by the power of our genetics and the power of our familial ties and communal ties. And so most right-wing forms of thought focus on the role of the tribe, the nation, the family, and the community, rather than putting the individual at the center. So placing the individual at the center of all things is a development of classical liberalism, which did not emerge out of right-wing traditional thought.
The market, and the market discovered modern technology, and this configuration began to become alive. Yeah, it began to drive each other. The individual interests being freed from traditional restrictions, and modern technology being instigated by economic interests, and then reflecting back on the possibility of performing, of reaching economic goals. That sort of raises the issue, thirdly, of how we want to define capitalism, if we locate a beginning. Now, there's some efforts being made in this book, and in order to briefly summarize this here, I would like to say the following. Capitalism is an unlikely social formation. It took and takes a lot of effort to institutionalize it and to make it work. Unlikely because what it is all about is the infinite accumulation of accumulating capital.
So I was 14 when Ronald Reagan was elected, and I went to an evangelical Christian school in 9th grade, and we had this magazine from, what's that 1950s, 60s fringe group? Damn, I'm forgetting the name of it, but on the far right conspiratorial group that thought Eisenhower was a communist. Anyway, I read a lot of this fringe right-wing theory in addition to more mainstream publications such as U.S. News and World Report and the Wall Street Journal. And through the 1980s into the 1990s, I had pretty much a talk radio understanding of right-wing versus left-wing. And I thought lower and lower tax rates and more economic deregulation, right? That's the embodiment of what it means to be right-wing. It was quite a low IQ understanding.
Infinite accumulation, there's no end. It's always open-ended through the infinite expansion of monetized transactions, sort of replacing non-monetized traditional transactions. So this thing moves into the life world, so to speak. It moves horizontally because it begins in a center, and then it sort of goes to the periphery and absorbs the periphery. And it moves vertically because in a capitalist society, more and more spheres of life are being discovered as potential sites for commodification, monetization, and so on.
Okay, John Birch Society, that was the fringe right-wing group whose publications were at my Forest Lake Christian School. We're also connected to Bob Jones University, which had racially distinct dating policies. And I went to a meeting of the John Birch Society around 2018. It was quite friendly to Donald Trump, but that was the age 14, when I became more and more interested in politics. And the age of Reagan was exhilarating for me as a teenager.
And only that which is monetized can become part of the extraction of new capital, of capital accumulation. Capital is always money, but there are money economies that are not capitalist, but there's no capitalist economy without money. Yeah. So this this expansion of the capitalist way of organizing social relations Polanyi calls this catalactic transactions, goes together historically in the West with the replacing of a subsistence economy with a maximization economy. Now, in the famous chapter of primitive accumulation in Marx, you find this process described in great detail. The workers of the Middle Ages, if for some reason wages increase because there were fewer workers after the Black Death or...
So when I went to a John Birch Society meeting in, I think, 2016, 2015, the average age was probably 65, perhaps 70.
Whatever. Then they worked only until Friday afternoon. And then they went home because then they had the amount of money that they needed in order to buy the drinks over the weekend. Yes, this had to be completely changed in a mentality that makes needs dynamic rather than static, and therefore makes effort unending, infinite. You have to squeeze out of your personal capacities as much as you can get, rather than you stop when you have what you think what you need. Yeah.
So as a society becomes more economically efficient, right, you'll have more dislocation because you have fewer impediments to the operation of capital. Therefore, you'll have fewer protections for workers. And one thing that comes out of that in the United States is this desire for the simulacra of traditional society, what you often have in Europe, where people will be born and live and die within 10 miles of the same place. But in the United States and in Australia, people are constantly moving. And so one way in the United States that people have found to recreate something that feels a little bit like traditional society is to go to church or to go to synagogue, where people will often let their defenses down, and you'll just have this vague intimation of the traditional community that many Europeans take for granted. So Europeans come to America, and if they go to church, they think it's ridiculous how friendly American churches are, because Americans have to overcompensate in a highly economically efficient society. They have to try to do something that enables people to feel moored, to enable people to feel part of something larger than themselves. And so you have to go to far greater lengths. You have to put in far more effort. You have to be far more outgoing and friendly to try to build the type of community that many in Australia and many in Europe just take for granted. Australia has this tradition of mateship, which you have to put a lot more effort into to achieve in the United States.
And this re-education is the fundamental point in capitalism. If people don't work like that, Weber describes this basically in terms of the capitalist who keeps working and working and working, although the capital that he has accumulated would suffice for 3 or 4 lives for him, no problem. Yeah, but he keeps working and working. And you can also look at the worker, which Marx does, where he shows how the workers of the Middle Ages are being sort of re-educated in order to function like this, like maximizers, rather than satisficers, you can say. But the tendency to satisfy and not maximize is something, I would argue, which is deeply human. So even in our societies, people have always to invent new tricks to make you work harder through consumption or whatever, through consumption norms. However you do it, even yesterday, I think the New York Times had an article on Uber, this fancy thing, how they make their drivers work harder so that they do not go home and continue to work. And they use behavioral science technologies, which are exactly like what you can find in chapter 24 of the German edition, how you get people to work beyond their now defined needs. Yeah? We always are sort of tempted to stop where we think now we have what we want. But that would undermine.
So people from overseas who come to America and spend some time here, they tend to be amazed at how hard Americans work, and they tend to be amazed at how many material goods you can buy for your dollar. Right, you get far more bang for your buck in the United States than elsewhere.
And the capitalist dynamic. So this complex of monetary arrangements, credit, cultural training, values, by indoctrination now, or all sorts of techniques in the Middle Ages by sheer violence, as Marx described it in this chapter. This sort of comes together to make possible this unlikely regime of the infinite accumulation of...
So the Republican coalition used to be based on neoconservatives who had an internationalist perspective. They wanted a highly interventionist American foreign policy to protect Israel. It used to be based on a Cold Warrior hatred of communism component, in addition to country club Republicans, right? Those who ran businesses would naturally align, the business class would align with the Republican Party, and those who are for law and order, right? These were all natural supporters of the Republican Party. One thing that brought people together in the Republican Party was the notion that abortion was murder. Opposition to abortion united people who were horrified by more modern and disconnected approaches to sexuality, and who wanted to resist the wild sexual lives that average Americans thought were going on in, say, Black America. And so it was a lot easier to be pro-life and anti-abortion than to try to create a governing political coalition based around protecting tax-exempt status for racially discriminating private schools. That wasn't going to work politically, but opposition to abortion helped create a governing coalition for Republicans from the late 1970s on. Now that abortion has been diminished as a national political issue because the Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade, so much of the traditional Republican base is now up for grabs. Right? The country club set is no longer automatically Republican. The highly interventionist, neoconservative set is increasingly turned off by Donald Trump and his America First ways. And people who put capital first do not necessarily embrace the populist movement of Donald Trump. So much of this set has shifted towards Democrats, while on the other hand, parts of the Democratic coalition, such as the working class, have increasingly shifted towards Republicans. So we're having a realignment, a massive political realignment, not just in the United States, but also in the United Kingdom and in Australia. And I don't know if the working class in France and Germany and Scandinavia is increasingly allying with parties of the right. That's an open question.
Accumulating capital that is accumulated for the purpose of further accumulation. Yeah. All the major theorists of capitalism have tried to sort of capture this, especially Marx and Weber, which are hardly distinguishable on this point if you read them carefully. A system that is permanently restive replaces subsistence with maximization. Now, it is as a sort of proof that this is essentially an unlikely social formation. You can look at the theoretical attempts to understand this system, beginning from Mill to whoever. All of the major theorists of capitalism expected that...
So the more capitalist a society, right, usually the more successful Jews will be in that society. So high verbal IQ of Jews, their often worldwide ties within their ethnic group facilitate global business. And so the more capitalist the society, right, the more successful Jews, the more of a meritocracy you have. On the other hand, usually the more traditional the society, all right, the less successful Jews will be, because often you will have all sorts of strictures and norms that will limit the ability of capital to go where it likes.
During their lifetime, capitalism will come to an end. During their lifetime. So John Stuart Mill, Karl Marx, Max Weber, Schumpeter, Lombard, Keynes. Keynes, this famous article on the economic prospects of our grandchildren, it still has this idea that no modern economist is willing to accept anymore, of a definite limit of what you can consume. And since productivity would increase and increase, at some point, we would all be forced to work no longer than 15 hours per week, because What else? What we would produce beyond these 15 hours, nobody could consume because it would be beyond the static needs that people have. So even Keynes couldn't anticipate this training that they permanently.
So from June 5, 2019, this is the same German intellectual, Wolfgang Streeck, the international state system after neoliberalism.
I brought a manuscript, and so it's going to be a little bit dense. The international state system after neoliberalism, Europe between national democracy and supranational centralization. Now, I begin with an essay that Karl Polanyi wrote in 1945, 1 year after his great transformation. A short, densely argued article in a journal called London Quarterly of World Affairs under the title of Universal Capitalism or Regional Planning, ? In it, in this essay, he explores the relationship between what he calls the organization of the international life and the structures and domestic and foreign politics of the leading states of his time, arguing that changes underway in them potentially offered a prospect of a new, I quote, far-flung and meaningful policies which may, albeit incidentally, fulfill the deeply rooted aspirations of the common man. Focusing on Great Britain, Russia, and America, the three global powers left standing by the Second World War, Polanyi argues that what was now at issue between them was not so much their place in a given pattern of power as the pattern itself. Here, the tremendous event of our age was the simultaneous downfall of liberal capitalism, world revolutionary socialism, and racial domination, the three competing forms of universalist societies. I think by racial domination, although he isn't explicit there, he believes both he means both German Nazism and the end of colonialism. According to Polanyi, it was precisely because of this end of universalism that a new era of international politics had become possible, allowing for peaceful coexistence of different regional regimes of international order based on and including different settlements of the class conflict. I quote, "World revolutionary socialism was overcome by regional socialism in the sufferings and glories of the 5-year plans, the tribulations of the trials, and the triumph of Stalingrad. Liberal capitalism came to an end in the collapse of the gold standard, which left millions of unemployed and unparalleled social deprivation in its wake. Hitler's principle of domination is being crushed on a battlefield coextensive with the planet he attempted to conquer. And out of that great mutation, various forms of inherently limited existence emerge."
So Donald Trump's success is in large part a rebellion against globalism. So where did globalism take a wrong turn? Here's a lecture from May 3, 2019.
In the national setting, we have national markets that require a wide range of institutions, regulatory, stabilizing, legitimizing institutions, to make the outcomes of markets compatible with legitimacy and with public expectations. And in turn, in well-ordered societies, in well-functioning societies, the design that those institutions take, whether it's regulatory, whether it's labor market institutions, whether it's the ordering of finance, whether it's social insurance mechanisms and the welfare state, the parameters of those institutions, the designs are the product of democratic deliberation and accountability. You know? That's the full embeddedness of market in societies that function well. But what exactly is...
So populism is in large part a rebellion of the people against rule by technocrats. Donald Trump's triumph is part of a rebellion of the people against rule by technocrats.
The global equivalent of that. Global markets, too, require rules. So one of my arguments is going to be that the mistake of past after 1990 wasn't so much that the world economy became disembedded, but that it became embedded in a kind of highly partial and highly skewed set of rules that benefited certain segments of society and not so much the other. Because in this...
Right, so Wolfgang Streeck here is critiquing this line of thinking by Karl Polanyi.
New forms of socialism, of capitalism, of planned and semi-planned economies, each of them by their very nature regional. So he uses the concept of regional in the Anglo sense, regions of...
Right, the stronger your democracy, right, the more the people can make a difference in the laws that govern them, the more disruption you will have to capitalism and globalism. So the stronger the populism, the stronger the nationalism, the greater the disruption to globalism and capitalism.
Of the world, rather than sub-national units. Polanyi's principal example for the salutary international consequences of the change he saw from universalism to particularism is the breakdown of the gold standard in the
So one way of understanding the current political divide in the United States is Starbucks drinkers versus Dunkin' Donuts drinkers, or globalists versus regionalists, globalists versus nationalists. Donald Trump voters tend to be nationalists. Populist movements are nationalist movements.
Over years, ending the 19th century system of world economy, as he calls it, and
another way of expressing that divide is the difference between people who are from nowhere, meaning people who are at ease living in many different parts of the world, nowheres versus somewheres, people with a strong regional commitment.
Resulting in the immediate emergence of economic units of limited extent. Each of these was now forced to look after its own foreign economy, as he calls it. And I think this is a somewhat clumsy translation of the German word Außenwirtschaft. Außenwirtschaft, yeah. Was forced to look after its own foreign economy, which has formerly looked after itself in the liberal world. Quote, new organs had to be developed. New institutions had to be set up to cope with the situation. The peoples of the world are now living under these new conditions. Their foreign economy is the government's concern. Their currency is managed, their foreign trade and foreign loans are controlled. Their domestic institutions may differ widely, but the institutions with the help of which they deal with their foreign economy are practically identical. The new permanent pattern of world affairs is one of regional systems coexisting side by side. To explore the emerging pluralist pattern of world affairs further, Polanyi first considers the United States, which he regards as a notable...
So where would the human biodiversity crowd drink their coffee? At Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks? They would drink Dunkin' Donuts. Right? Dunkin' Donuts is the party of the particularist.
Exception, quote unquote, and in this respect a potential source of systemic instability. The US, he writes, quote, has remained the home of liberal capitalism and is powerful enough to pursue the utopian line of policy involved in such a fateful dispensation, namely to attempt, quote, to restore the pre-1914 world order together with its gold standard and manifold sovereignties. Utopian because, according to Polanyi, such restoration is inherently impossible. For historical reasons, Polanyi continues, Americans still believe in a way of life no longer supported by the common people in the rest of the world, but which nevertheless implies a universality which commits those who believe in it to reconquer the globe on its behalf. 1945. This was different with the Soviet Union, where, quote, the victory of Stalinism over Trotskyism means a change in her foreign policy from a rigid universalism, relying on the hope of a world revolution, to a regionalism of revolutionary policy. The startling novelty of Stalin's policy, Polanyi writes, was that he was willing to content himself with building a cordon sanitaire around Russia of countries that did not have to be socialist or communist, provided their class structures were reshaped so that they were no longer likely to support deadly attacks on Soviet Russia. All that was needed was the destruction, quote, destruction of the political power of the feudal classes. A revolution, quote, far safer than the traditional unlimited socialist one, which at least in Eastern Europe would either provoke a fascist counter-revolution or else could maintain themselves or itself, this is wrong, could maintain itself only with the help of Russian bayonets, which Russia has no intention of providing.
Okay, here's another Christopher Caldwell column about a favorite European intellectual. This was published May 9, 2024 in the New York Times. This prophetic academic now foresees the West's defeat. So columns about Europeans, like Americans, are tiring of the Ukraine war. They're increasingly skeptical that Ukraine can win it. They distrust the United States. NATO is fighting a war to beat back a Russian invasion is the elite perspective in Europe and in the United States. But as populists see it, American elites are leading a war to beat back a challenge to their own rule, no matter the collateral damage. So American leadership is failing, and this is the argument of an eccentric new book that since January has stood near the top of France's bestseller lists. It's called The Defeat of the West, and its author, Emmanuel Todd, is a celebrated historian and anthropologist who in 1976, in a book called The Final Fall, used infant mortality statistics to predict that the Soviet Union was headed for collapse. Since then, what Mr. Todd writes about current events has tended to be received in Europe as prophecy. His book, After the Empire, predicted the breakdown of the American order. It came out in 2002. In the flush of the post-9/11 national cohesion and before the debacle of the Iraq War, which Todd fiercely opposed. He's an Anglophone. His doctorate is from Cambridge. He's an Anglophile, at least at the start of his career, but he's grown steadily disillusioned with the United States, even becoming anti-American. He's a critic of American involvement in Ukraine, but his argument is not that of political scientist John Mearsheimer. He, like Mearsheimer, questions the zealous expansion of NATO under Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. He does not like neoconservative ideology of promoting democracy and demonizing Russia, but his skepticism of the United States goes much deeper. He believes American imperialism has not only endangered the rest of the world, but also corroded the American character. So Todd argues that Western focus is too much on Ukraine's ability to defy Russia's far larger army. There is a second surprise that has been underappreciated: Russia's ability to defy the sanctions and seizures through which the United States sought to destroy the Russian economy. The U.S. lacks the leverage to keep the world's big new economic actors in line. India took advantage of fire sale prices for Russian energy. China provided Russia with sanctioned goods and electronic components, and the manufacturing base of the United States and its European allies has proved inadequate to supply Ukraine with the material, particularly artillery, that it needs to stabilize, let alone win the war with Russia. The United States no longer has the means to deliver on its foreign policy promises. So Todd says that America's heedless plunge into the global economy was a mistake. The U.S. now produces fewer cars than it did in the 1980s. It produces less wheat. We have an advanced, highly educated society where too many people aspire to the work of running things and bossing other people around. They want to be politicians, artists, and managers. Our educational progress has brought educational decline because it has led to the disappearance of those values that favor education. He calculates the United States produces fewer engineers than Russia does, not just per capita, but in absolute numbers. Now, that may be true, but is the United States producing higher quality engineers than Russia? The U.S. is experiencing an internal brain drain as young people drift from demanding high-skilled, high-value added occupations to law, finance, and other occupations that merely transfer value around the economy and perhaps even destroy it. So I don't agree with this description of the service economy simply transferring values around the economy, right? Having an adept financial and legal sector adds economy because it distributes resources more efficiently. So according to Todd, the West's decision to outsource its industrial base is more than bad policy. It is evidence of a project to exploit the rest of the world. It spreads a system of liberal values and universal human rights. And many of the values that America are currently spreading are less universal than Americans think. So Anglo-American family structures, for example, have traditionally been less patriarchal than anywhere else in the world. As the US has modernized, it's come to espouse a model of sex and gender that conjugates poorly with those of traditional cultures such as India's and more patriarchal modern ones such as Russia's. So here is a summary of Emmanuel Todd.
Emmanuel Todd's The Defeat of the West is one of the most important books on history and geopolitics in 2024. It was published in January, but it has not yet been translated into English. And it's also not the easiest book to understand because it has some big ideas which you probably need a little bit of background explanation of to really understand the nature of his argument. So in this video, I'm going to explain to you the key ideas of Emmanuel Todd's The Defeat of the West, the main ideas, the underpinning ideas about society and the West that you need to understand to really understand the argument. And I'm going to give you a bit of a sneak preview of the narrative of the last 30 years of how NATO, the United States, the West walked into the trap of Ukraine, as Emmanuel Todd says, approached its defeat. And this is so timely because it's July 2024. The NATO summit in Washington is about to occur. And it's incredibly important to understand this book to see some of the, frankly, dangers that NATO presents to the world, why we should really embrace multipolarity and less.
This video was released July 1st of this year.
Ardent alliances with powers like the United States of America. So this video is part of a series of videos I'm doing around the NATO summit and around Emmanuel Todd's book on the Burning Archive. I'm Jeff Rich. I'm a writer, historian, and I try to help you understand the really good quality world history that's been written out there so that you can make up your own mind about the big events of geopolitics. Emmanuel Todd's book. I think the best way to break this book down, here it is in French, La Défaite de l'Occident. My French is not great, but it's enough to be able to read the book. I think it's best to sort of break this book down into three parts. One is some of the underpinning ideas about history and society that Todd has based on his background as a historian, anthropologist and demographer, sociologist if you like, historical sociologist if you like, the tradition in which he's writing. And then secondly, I'm going to describe to you the 5 main ideas of the book, which are really around what is the West and how it is approaching defeat. And then finally, I'm going to give you a bit of a sneak preview of the narrative of the last 30 years that ties together those big ideas into events that we can really understand and that help us address how we got into the pickle that we are all in and that certainly the West and NATO leaders are in their Washington summit as they meet with Emmanuel Macron in crisis, Joe Biden in crisis, a new British Prime Minister perhaps, and a lot of difficulties in Ukraine. Let's talk about the underpinning ideas first. Now, I did a video 6 months or so ago about Emmanuel Todd's book that looked at the very start of the book where he talks about 10 surprises of Ukraine. They include surprises like Russia was much more resilient economically than people expected, or Ukraine was more resilient socially and militarily than perhaps Russia expected. The interesting thing about those 10 surprises, which I'm not going to repeat now, though, is what Emmanuel Todd asks, noticing those surprises, is, well, why? Why did this happen? Why is it that, if you like, the West launched a war against Russia that it could not win? What was it about its society that led it to do that? This is where his background as a, if you like, a historical sociologist comes into play. Emmanuel Todd himself says that he is a historian in the Annales school tradition, which looks at the longue durée, which is long periods of time, long, centuries-long developments within societies, and how those developments create a sort of mentality amongst people, how they shape social attitudes, people's orientation. In particular, he has in his other books, including notably this book, which has been translated into English a few years ago, Lineages of Modernity, A History of Humanity from the Stone Age to Homo Americanus, which was written in part following the election of Donald Trump, following Brexit, and the sense of a crisis of populism, a crisis of democracy. And
so family structures and ethnicity is a fascinating topic because, to the best of my knowledge, WASP, meaning people of Northern European heritage, unlike pretty much any other group in the world of which I'm aware, do not tend to live through their children. Right? Pretty much every other group of which I'm aware tends to have parents who are heavily involved in the lives of their children, heavily invested in the lives of their children, and often living through their children. While in Northern European cultures, you have much more of this universalist moral outlook and the sense that your children get to decide their own path in life and that they are not burdened with having to fulfill your dreams.
Looking for deeper, longer-term explanations of that.
Right. It was never foisted on me that I needed to fulfill my parents' dreams. Right. They wanted me to do great things for God. They wanted me to have a good life, but they did very little to try to steer me towards any particular profession. So my father thought I'd make a good lawyer.
He's in a way done something similar with the defeat of the West. But in that book in particular, he really focuses, I guess, on three broad longue durée patterns, deep sociological characteristics of society that underpin their ideas. The first of those is around family structures. He has studied extensively the structure of families in different societies all around the world. And to summarize a basic complex argument, he basically says the Anglo-American world, the sort of Western European Protestant sort of world, developed a particular family structure that was far more individualistic, if you like, than many of the other family structures of societies like Russia or China or sort of West Asian society.
So when my therapist would ask me how close am I to my family, I'd say, my family is about average for white people. Because I noticed compared to Persians and Asians and other ethnic groups, right, our family is not nearly as tight. I was particularly impressed by the Asians I met at UCLA who were first-generation immigrants, and they regarded it as a privilege that when their parents got older, that they would get to look after and care for their parents. Right? Not many white people that I knew were looking forward to taking care of their aging parents.
South Asian societies. And that family structure itself is part of the social mores that underpins liberalism in those Western societies, ideas of what is, freedom, what is the good life, all that sort of thing. So that is really crucial to understanding his argument, and we'll see that as we get to his main ideas. The second underpinning idea is an argument around educational stratification. He provides a lot of data about huge changes to literacy and education that have occurred around the world, but in this context, particularly around Western societies over the last centuries. There was a huge growth in mass literacy, in particular with the growth of primary and education and then secondary education in the 19th and 20th centuries. And that growth of mass literacy and mass education was very supportive of a democratic ethos in society. It meant more people were educated, more people were for.
So one way of understanding nationalism is that we're in it together. It's the largest extended family that works on a practical basis. If we're all in it together, there's a certain egalitarian ethos and there is a certain competitive ethos. Nationalism breeds a desire to compete with other nations. Therefore, you want your nation to be as competitive as possible. So that tends to promote a veneration of education.
Inform more people were capable of contributing to public debate, to political life, if you like. But from the 1950s, 1960s, accelerating especially in the 1980s, there is a massive growth in higher education, and that leads to a different kind of society. Mass literacy is still there, and the cultural ethos of mass literacy is still there. But the growth of higher education encourages, if you like, a division between the educated and the less educated, between, if you like, the elites and the masses, the tradies and the university graduates.
One thing that struck me during my 3 weeks in New York City in 1994 is that educational background seemed to matter much more, where you went to school. Family background seemed to matter much more. There was much more of a corporate approach to life, a much more traditional approach to life. While on the West Coast, people are primarily encountered as individuals, and where you went to school, who your family is, what your religion is, what your ethnicity is, seems to count much less. But in my 3-week experience of New York City in 1994, like where you went to school was really important. People were much more intensely identifying with their in-group, often their ethnic in-group. And life just seemed much more traditional and corporate, meaning much more importance was given to your family, to your community. And it seemed like there was less room for individual expression, unhinged and cut away from family, community, ethnic, and religious commitments. So Orthodox Judaism on the Northeast was just far more intense, far more devoted, at a much higher level of commitment than what I usually see in Los Angeles.
That has become quite characteristic of Western societies. And that, in a way, has the opposite effect to mass education.
And Elliot Blatt wants to know, why is this guy whispering? Because he is not projecting. He is not resonating from the very top of the back of his throat. So, nya, 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 nya. That point when you resonate from nya, 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 that's where you want to be speaking. And then you can fairly effortlessly project. It takes more energy. You have to be much more up in your direction to speak and to project from that point, which is at the very top of the back of your throat. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? That's where you can produce effective projection of your voice. And instead, he's not resonating from that place.
Education, it encourages a sense that, if you like, the elite is better than the man.
So he's putting a lot of strain on his voice. He's unable to project.
And that they deserve their success, if you like. They deserve their privileged position. So it creates a sort of a tension of values within the society. And then the third theme is...
So Elliot Black came on the show last night talking about his rare experience of giving to a homeless man and how it went beautifully. Reminds me of a story told by my 3rd and 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Patrick. We were all Seventh-day Adventists, and her family was in India, and there was someone who was suffering terribly, and she gave money to that beggar. Then immediately, just a whole horde of beggars just absolutely descended on her and just chased her around. So to survive in many parts of the world, you have to have a very hard heart, right? You start handing money off to beggars, and suddenly a whole horde of them will descend on you. So I don't give money directly to homeless people. I give money to Jewish charitable institutions who have as part of their mission that they will help homeless. But I leave it for the professionals. But one of the best ways of meeting women is by volunteering. So I'm sure there are highly worthy volunteer opportunities to work with the homeless. I just think that individuals tend to need direction, and the individual going off willy-nilly and attempting to do good for the homeless, he's very likely to be less effective than if he got some training and participated as part of a group with a hierarchy and with direction and with rules.
Around democracy. And he's written previously a book, I think, called After Democracy. And some of this research previously also comes in very much into his work in the defeat of the West. His essential argument is related to that argument about education, that democracy is more than just the right to vote or, free and fair elections, that sort of thing. Or it's not just the popular will, it's a combination of institutions, values that are informed by family structures, and the kind of cultural mores that are structured by the social life that people have. He argues that, especially in part...
So there's a big difference between Anglo thinkers and continental thinkers in that French and German thinkers tend to have these grand strategies, that grand theories about how the world works. Think about Karl Marx and Freud. While Anglo thinkers in United States, Australia, England, tend to focus much more on small empirical parts of life, explaining them, and then perhaps at the end of a focus, say, on the life of ants, you might then hesitatingly propose some wider thesis, while French and German thinkers tend to prefer these grand theories that they don't put a lot of work into empirically substantiating. So there was a common trend among German intellectuals. They would grow up Protestant. They would go to university, and in their first year at university, they would lose their religious attitude on life, and instead they would adopt as a substitute some kind of philosophy of history. Then during the rise of Nazism, they would become increasingly friendly or even join the Nazi party. Then after Nazism is defeated at the end of World War II, they would then develop other grand theories to explain life. So they would just go from grand theory to grand theory to grand theory. And I probably have some of those continental weaknesses. I love my grand theories. But the weakness with European thinkers, with French and German thinkers, is that they're big on the grand theories, but they tend to be fairly weak on substantiating the empirical and factual basis for their grand theories. And they tend to hop between these grand theories. And when they're humiliated by one grand theory, they just adopt another grand theory.
Art in relationship to this sort of higher education.
Right. It's highly unlikely that an American, an Englishman, or an Australian would come up with these grand theories that Emmanuel Todd is espousing.
explosion, especially in Western societies over the last 50 years, the democratic ethos is not so much there. In fact, he sort of summarizes this whole book in Lineages of Humanity, which is a sort of background understanding to the defeat of the West, to say that, our societies, our Western societies, have never been older, richer, more educated, or more devoid of collective belief. They're quite strange societies, and to just we have to kind of try to come to terms with the real strangeness of how our societies have developed to really understand what's happened with the defeat of the West. And that's where we get into the main ideas of the defeat of the West. But you might...
So because he doesn't project his voice, he has to turn his gain all the way up, and therefore any small background noise becomes booming, right? Any distortion becomes booming because he's unable to project his voice. And I had this problem when I was doing talk radio, and it would get so bad that it would sound like I was drowning on air. Like the more problems that I had with projecting my voice, right, the worse the problem would get, because I would just tense up, have more and more difficulty projecting my voice. I'd bring the microphone closer and closer. I'd be straining and just sounding like I was drowning on the air.
Be asking, what is this defeat of the West? Is it a prediction or not? Or is it actually a reality? Now, he's not just emptily saying, Russia's won the war or that sort of thing, prematurely saying Russia's won the war when, after all, the war is not over, although such a prediction would certainly seem to be important. Rather, what he's really saying is that the West is approaching a quite specific strategic defeat.
So prior to the Enlightenment, French and German thinkers would develop grand theories that often had a basis in religion. So Christianity in particular, as a romantic religion, is quite amenable to grand theories about history and how the world works. And so when you get the reform of Christianity with the rise of Protestantism, when you get Christianity that it's increasingly detached from concrete rituals, from concrete celebrations of holidays, holy spaces, holy times, holy artifacts, it is easier to secularize. And so now if you are the child of the reform of Christianity, you've given up religion, given up God, but you may still have a weakness for the grand theories of salvation that were at the heart of Reformed Christianity, of Protestant Christianity. Back to Christopher Caldwell's column here on Emmanuel Todd. Says, Todd insists that traditional cultures have much to fear from the West's various progressive leanings. So the progressive movement, the woke movement, right, it is a secularization of Protestantism. And foreign cultures will resist aligning themselves on foreign policy with the West. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union's official atheism was a deal breaker for many people who might otherwise have been well disposed towards communism. So Todd says our inability to distinguish facts from wishes astounds him at every turn of the Ukraine war. The American hope early in the war that China might cooperate in a sanctions regime against Russia was a delirium. So for students of the Vietnam War, there is much in Todd's book that recalls the historian Lauren Barrett's classic 1985 book, Backfire, which drew on popular culture, patriotic mythology, and management theory to explain what led the United States astray in Vietnam. We are what went wrong in Vietnam, was the conclusion of that book. Had Lyndon Johnson managed to impose his will on the Vietnamese, an entire culture would have been utterly destroyed out of the goodness of the American heart. So one constantly reads in the papers that Vladimir Putin is a threat to the Western order. Maybe, but the larger threat to the Western order is the hubris of those who run it. Fighting a war based on values requires good values. It requires an agreement on the values being spread. And the United States is further from such an agreement than it has ever been in its history, further even than it was on the eve of the Civil War. Right now, it seems like there are no national principles, only partisan ones, with each side convinced that the other is trying not just to run the government, but also to capture the state. So it used to be that politics didn't matter much to Americans. Now, most Americans think that politics is of vital importance, and each side feels like its identity is under threat when the other side wins an election. So President Biden misrepresents America when he presents it as stable and unified enough to commit to anything. And Ukrainians are learning this at a steep cost. Now, with a more humble American foreign policy, right, we can perhaps step back from the brink, and there's a reason to feel some relief with the election of Donald Trump.
Outside, one of them won, and after having won the fight, he jumped over the fence and went to the back.
Whoops, that's the wrong cue. Here we go. Triggernometry.
So, Francis, it's been 3 weeks in the USA. We were here before the election, during the election, after the election. A week in New York, a week in Austin, Texas, a week here in Los Angeles, and we're wrapping up. What have you made of it?
Do you know, I actually made this point to someone this morning, which was, it has gone incredibly quickly, and at the same time, I can't remember my old life. So it's been those two things.
And what did the homeless man say back?
Well, we had a very interesting incident with a homeless. Anyway.
We did, actually. I don't know if you can see. So we've got, obviously, a swimming pool in that area there.
Yeah.
A couple of nights ago.
Subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe. We need the money to be able to afford this.
Yeah.
So a couple of nights ago,
yeah.
Two men were having a fight outside. One of them won. And after having won the fight, he jumped over the fence and went to the back. And thankfully, we had one of our producers.
I remember this lady I knew, she got really upset with the gays living next door. They were having orgies on her front lawn. So would you rather have homeless men fighting on your front lawn, or would you rather have a gay orgy on your front lawn? Right? This is the type of question that divides America. Right? One half of the political spectrum, right, Democrats would rather have a gay orgy on their front lawn, while Republicans would rather have homeless men fighting on their front lawn.
Hear that and come and chase them out.
Exactly. Obviously, we don't do that because we're the talent.
Yeah.
As in, we're not replaceable. Exactly. Anyway, so what have I made of it is a good question. It was very intense leading up to it.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed to be on edge. Everybody I talked to, it didn't matter if they were a podcaster or if they were just, a regular person. Everybody was very tense.
That was my experience too, right? We had a tense country leading up to this election, and then the result came as a gigantic wave of relief.
And actually what I found very interesting is the general atmosphere of relief now that Trump has been elected. It's a kind of letting out all the tension. So what I'm seeing is people being far more relaxed than they were pre-election.
Yeah, well, one of the things, so before we came to LA, we arrived in LA the night before the election. A lot of people in Austin, Texas were like, oh, yeah, so you're going to LA for the riots then, expecting that if Trump won, there would be some sort of civil unrest and all the rest of it. And we haven't seen any of that. And I think the reason for that is that a lot of people realized Harris was just a terrible candidate, including people on the left. A lot of people who voted for her didn't think she was a great candidate. They voted for her out of loyalty to the party.
And because they hate Trump.
And because they hate Trump, yeah. So coming back to the beginning of our trip, though, at the beginning, we were in New York. We did some incredible interviews, a lot of which still haven't come out because, they're a little bit more evergreen. But we obviously we interviewed Bill Ackman before the election.
Yeah.
He was one of the big, big finance.
But what you're now seeing is, and you saw it with the Trump rally that we went to, in which your president called us garbage.
He's not. No, he's still president.
He's still president. He's my president, not Kamala. Anyway, is that what the right have got now is this broad coalition of people that you wouldn't normally see in Republican parties of old. You've got, I was going to say Maya Tusi, not Maya Tusi. That would have been a turn up for the book. You Tulsi Gabbard.
So I met this bloke when I was at the anti-Israel riots at UCLA.
You saw Elon Musk, RFK Jr., who did a speech. So that was really interesting. And for me, I think that was a real eye-opening moment for both of us.
For me, actually, it wasn't so much that, because that's something we could have seen without going to the Trump rally. For me, the eye-opening thing was, and I've said this in a couple of episodes that we recorded, the real eye-opening moment for me was, I think that like many, many people, especially those that don't live in America, you and I are fortunate we get to come here regularly and travel and meet people and so on. But for most of us who don't live in the US, and actually for a lot of people who perhaps don't get to travel around America, even if they do live in the US, if you live on the coast, if you live in California or in New York or in DC, the sense was for many, many people, I think, that the media are not honest, but they're also not exactly lying outright. The sense was the media are hyperbolic. They exaggerate, they embellish, they, extend something beyond its remit. So when they say that Donald Trump is a fascist, well, he's not a fascist, but he's an authoritarian, is what a lot of people would think. Or he's not this, but he's that, right? And when we went to that Trump rally and we saw with our own eyes, the day that we went, there were hundreds of newspaper articles and hundreds of mouthpieces in the legacy media saying this is a Nazi rally. People like AOC, lots of politicians on the left, lots of media. I know you like AOC. I can just see your eyes glazing.
Yeah. She's wonderful.
All of these people were saying this is a Nazi rally and Trump is Hitler. And then we went there and we stood in line for 3 hours. It was people of every background. It was New York, so there were lots of Jews there. When we get inside, there's Israeli flags everywhere. And every time anyone talked about Israel, it got a big cheer and lots of applause. And I just went, they're not exaggerating. They're not embellishing. They're not being hyperbolic. They're just lying. Tony Hinchcliffe, not that he's going to be in the administration, but Trump himself and Elon Musk, they're the two really, really big forces within that, right? They're business guys. And what that means is having the mandate that they have now, they have an opportunity to really change the course, not just of American history, but I think of world history. And this could be, it's not necessarily going to be, because governing and talking are very different things. But they have the opportunity to fundamentally change the course of Western civilization, to reorientate it back towards its founding principles. Freedom of expression, freedom of the individual, growth, capitalism, business, success. That's...
Okay, I like Adam Carolla, comic. Let's get his thoughts. The race hustle is over.
Well, my thought of it is legacy media is almost dead. Celebrity endorsements are dead, and race hustlers are dead, because that's really all she had. She had the media, she had the race hustlers, and including Biden and Obama and all the people you don't even really think of. Is, you think Al Sharpton is a race hustler, but you don't think Obama is a race hustler, Biden is a race hustler, but they do every bit as much agitation to the races as they possibly can. And then you have legacy media. And really, it's funny, they always go, well, there's CNN's over here and then Fox is over here. No, it's CNN, it's CBS, it's ABC, it's LA Times, it's New York, it's everybody, and then a couple of people on the right. But the race hustlers, Beyonce endorsing you, and the media are all a bygone era.
It's so interesting, isn't it? Because at one point, if the media said something, like in the UK, if the Sun endorsed a political candidate for the election, everybody would be like, oh, this massive tabloid endorsed them. That's it. They're going to win. Now, it almost feels like if the media endorses you, you're not going to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it becomes a thing where it's like if you see way too many commercials for prop whatever, it just means they have billions of dollars and maybe you shouldn't vote yes on that thing because you've seen way too many commercials for it. Or maybe it's even like a burger franchise. Like you want to find that sandwich shop that's the hole in the wall mom and the pop, not the Subway. Too much, too big,
too corporate.
Yeah, too corporate. Maybe that is the era we're living in.
That's really interesting. And one of the things, I don't know if you felt this way, but we watched the election coverage on ABC and actually it was very balanced, the actual night of the election. But before the election, the media, I thought they literally picked up what little they had of their credibility and just threw it straight in the bin, because it was like all this stuff about how he wanted to shoot Liz Cheney and all, like they went full hoax. Did you know? Did you see that?
Yeah, and it sort of mystifies me when people willfully misinterpret actions or words. Willfully, you know what I mean? It's one thing to have a misunderstanding. But it's another thing to force a misunderstanding on something that was so clearly not that, you know? And for then a news agency to do it is sort of next level, because they're here to sort that stuff out, allegedly, not misinterpret things. You know, when you take, I watched Trump with Sean Hannity in real time doing his little town hall thing where Hannity did this thing where he went, now tell everyone you're not going to be a dictator. Trump does have a weird Tourette syndrome where you say, just say you're not a pedophile. Like if you told him to say, you can't tell him to say something, he says no. So of course, Hannity's going, just tell him you're not going to be a dictator. And he's like, oh, wait a second now. And then he's got to go into Trump mode. And he goes, I am going to be a dictator one day, just day one. And I'm going to drill and I'm going to close the border. And then that's it. I'll go back to whatever. And it's clearly a joke. And the ladies on The View or the New York Times or ABC or whomever, who Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, they understand. It's on tape. You can hear him say it. He's joking. You know what I mean? I mean, it's tantamount to you going, you know, to your kid, yeah, little rascal, come back here with my hat. I'll kill you if I catch up to you.
Yeah, I saw this too. The New York Times and the New Yorker would take that line seriously, and they would just say, as a direct statement, Donald Trump, who promised to be a dictator on day one.
And so he said he was going to kill his son. He said it. Like, are you willfully fooling yourself and your audience? Although you're not fooled, people are not going to put up with that for an extended period of time. They'll do it for a period of time, but every single thing that they leveled is on tape. It's easily understood, you know, the Liz Cheney thing, it's all there, and they knew it. And so now they're starting to drift into liar at this point, and I think people caught on.
And it's, you know what it kind of reminds me of? You know when you see like footage of all you're doing is destroying your credibility, your reputation, and you're just accelerating your own demise. But they don't seem to care almost, which is the interesting part, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel that way about...
They're losing. The moment you start smearing people as fascists, that's the moment you've lost any type of argument or discussion.
Well, also, what I never really get, and it doesn't seem effective, is if you would like to make a case against somebody, you should do it. But when you paint in these very broad strokes, it kind of lands on deaf ears, you know, and it's a lot of it is a sort of has a feminine quality to it. You know, when you get into arguments with a woman, she'll go,
This is a killer point. This is right, because I've always gotten into trouble with women when I take their hyperbolic statements literally.
The worst husband ever born.
Right. I take their threats literally and start crying. That did not serve me well.
Listen, you live in 8,000 square feet and I've never put hands on you. So I got to crack. Maybe I'm in the top 5, but I can't be the worst ever born. You know what I mean? Where's my belt, bitch? They do this thing and then it doesn't work. You know, if they would go, look, you don't listen a lot of the time when I'm talking. You seem...
I remember I had this girlfriend. She wouldn't listen to reason. She was just throwing an emotional fit. And she started throwing food around and peanut butter around in my place. And I after a lifetime of trying to talk reason to these women, I realized that the best thing to do was to just embrace her, right? Just wrap her up in a hug and just hold her tight. And then her anger and rage, you know, she'd be pounding on me with her fists, and then her anger and rage would dissipate. And we'd have sex and everything would be much better afterwards.
Not to want to engage or something, then you'd have to kind of go, maybe I am kind of guilty of tuning out or something. They go, worst father ever born or worst husband ever born. And we're back to, you know, and that's what they do, which I love, is they go, Trump is Hitler and he's old. And then he's going to die in office and J.D. Vance is going to take over and it's going to be worse. And I'm like, worse than Hitler? So you got Hitler and then Hitler with mad MMA skills. Like, but I'm not listening because you're crazed hyperbole all the time.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not listening. And also, when it never happens, they never course correct.
And it's that. And it's also the fact as well, look, it takes a lot of time, a lot of hard work, a lot of effort to get really good at one thing. And the reality is, no one has the time to get good at everything. Like, take Robert Downey Jr. I think one of the greatest actors of his generation.
Right. There's nothing about being a billionaire that automatically confers wisdom to you about, broad swaths of life. The All In podcast sometimes has some useful perspectives, but this podcast of billionaires is not inherently a more insightful podcast than a podcast composed of people earning $40,000 a year. Right? Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean that you're going to have superior insights into politics or culture.
Generation. A brilliant actor. When he talks about his story and addiction and recovery, I'm like, you're a hero. When he talks about politics, I'm like, Robert, you don't know what you're banging on about. And all it makes me think when you get together with your Avengers is I wish Thanos had won. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you have to understand as well in Hollywood and the dynamic of Hollywood, which is most anybody is replaceable in Hollywood. We don't really need anybody. And you'll hear it all the time when they'll go, the original Indiana Jones was going to be David Hasselhoff, but then he had to film Knight Rider and then Harrison Ford. If you go look like who was going to be the first Superman or who was Indiana Jones, I mean, there's all these stories that Tom Selleck was supposed to be fill in the blank, and it happened. So they're interchangeable. They know it.
They're vulnerable.
Yeah.
They're vulnerable. And there's a handful of people that cannot be replaced. There's a handful of sort of Quentin Tarantinos or maybe like a Seth MacFarlane or something like that. But everyone else is in the mix. We don't need you. You know what I mean? And then like you screw up and you get caught doing something and you just never work again. That's how it is.
Right. The more prestigious your job, the more vulnerable you are to getting canceled.
Even the whiff of impropriety or whatever, as we've seen with a lot of celebs, you're just out. So they're in a profession where they're vulnerable. When I was a carpenter, I was a good carpenter, and trades guys who are good at what they do, welders, carpenters, like they never feel vulnerable. There's always work. If you're a good carpenter, you just work. You can say whatever you want. You didn't do what you want. Like really, you just come to work the next day. And you have a skill and they need you and you're aware of it too. Hollywood's very replaceable. And so it can come down to fractions and tenths, you know what I mean? And all it would take is you being on the wrong side of one issue, like COVID. COVID came around. Every single person in Hollywood was on exactly the same page with COVID. They all knew ivermectin didn't work, even though they'd never heard the name ivermectin. And they knew hydroxychloroquine didn't work, even though they'd never heard of hydroxychloroquine. And they all knew it came from a wet market and not from the lab. How did you get them all on the exact same page? You would, if you were looking at it logically, you'd go, well, certainly a percentage of them would go, well, I don't think it came from a wet market. It probably came from the lab that was studying these kind of viruses down the street. And I don't know about ivermectin. Ask your doctor. That's up to you. That's none of my business. And that you would have rational, normal. You would have, when the Super Bowl comes around, half the people in Hollywood think are rooting for San Francisco, and the other half is rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs. Why? There's nothing around that one. You're not going to be thrown out for picking the Chiefs. So they just split. They split on everything. And then something they can get thrown out comes around, like COVID or an election, and they all get the exact same page.
Right. I know, that's so true. I actually have friends in Hollywood who didn't agree with the COVID stuff, and they kept very, very quiet about it because they had to.
Oh, they become Moranos, which are, I don't know, Jews in Spain at a certain time that just couldn't come out as Jews.
Adam Carolla has so much common sense. I enjoy listening to him. Okay, you're saying 40, enough with this popular low IQ discourse. Right, let's learn more about reflections on a failing system of capitalism. Right, let's learn more about the international state system after neoliberalism.
Nothing, Polanyi continues, could be less appealing to the conventional revolutionary than the Stalinist turn from revolutionary universalism to this kind of regionalist particularism. Polanyi was not a communist.
Right, regionalism and particularism make capitalism much more awkward and difficult and less efficient.
The upshot, as seen by Polanyi, was that, quote, the British Commonwealth and the USSR now formed part of a new system of regional powers, while the United States insists on a universalist conception of world affairs, which tallies with her antiquated liberal economy. Regionalism as a formula for peace.
Here was a good YouTube comment that I read on that Adam Carolla discussion. Identity politics made everyone political. Prior to 4 years ago, I had no interest in politics. I wasn't even remotely political. Then ridiculous anti-common sense ideologies that I did not agree with suddenly being forced down my throat, and unless I accepted them as truth and as reality, I was seen as a terrible person. This cancer has infested every corner of our society and our entertainment and turned everything to rot. Trump's victory brings us hope that we can get back to a shred of normalcy and common sense has been sorely lacking in this country for the past 4 years. The social bullies had their moment. Now it's time for us to take our country back. All right, back to Wolfgang Streeck, a June 5, 2019 lecture on the international state system after neoliberalism.
Among neighboring countries recognizes the communitarian particularism, that's my paraphrase, of the human condition, and draws practical lessons from the observation during the war of, I quote Polanyi, how overwhelmingly the people rally behind policies designed to protect their community from external danger. They obviously Russia in mind. It was in exchange for a secure national existence, so Polanyi, that the Russia of 1945 asked its regional neighbors to rid themselves of incurably reactionary classes through expropriations and eventually confiscations, reorganizing themselves not in order to adopt a universal model of a good society, but to be capable of living in peace with their neighbors. Socialization of the new kind, Polanyi writes with reference to Eastern Europe and the regional neighborhood of the victorious Soviet Union, was emphatically not an article for export. It was a foundation of national existence.
So what will the Democratic Party's leading billionaires do now that Trump's been elected? New York Times article.
Sidelines of the conference, the first gathering of its type since the election. The lobby was buzzing as Democratic donors, operatives, and interlopers caught up with friends. Still, 2 attendees said unprompted that the scene felt like a funeral. People are kind of shell-shocked and trying to figure out what happened, Steve Silberstein, a software entrepreneur who has donated millions to Democrats over the last decade, said in an interview at the gathering, people are trying to adjust to reality and plot out a path forward. Defiance from a Soros scion. Relatively few major donors came to the meeting of the Democracy Alliance, which has largely been supplanted by other donor networks. Its gatherings are now most commonly attended by strategists and officials from philanthropic foundations and unions, as opposed to billionaires themselves.
I love it that Elon Musk now wants to become the George Soros of the right and fund district attorney candidates who are strong in law enforcement, law and order.
Those who do join get lots of attention. Carla Jurvetson, a major progressive donor, dispensed hugs to well-wishers before waiting for a drink at the bar to bring to her meeting with Senator LaFonza Butler of California. 2 wealthy donors who are close friends of Ms. Harris, the couple Wayne Jordan and Quinn Delaney, held court at a happy hour scene. But the most eyeballs were trained on Alex Soros, a son of George Soros, the liberal world's most famous donor and a founding backer of the Democracy Alliance. The younger Mr. Soros now controls his 94-year-old father's philanthropic empire, and his decision to attend was warmly received. On one afternoon, he was nestled on an oversized couch, spending 45 minutes talking with Patrick Gaspard, the former head of the Soros family's foundation. Mr. Soros, a 39-year-old history PhD, acknowledged in a brief interview the widespread worry of some Democrats that the party's donors might withdraw from politics. I'm always concerned about that, he said, but was he still committed to progressive giving after Mr. Trump's victory? Of course, he said as he walked to a black SUV waiting to whisk him away. Have I not made that clear? Mr. Soros also said he would not be intimidated by Mr. Trump, who has verbally attacked the Soros family for years, calling the president-elect and his allies bullies. Behind closed doors, Mr. Soros was a touch more judgmental, toward some Democrats. At an evening celebration of his father, Alex Soros suggested that Barack Obama should have listened more to his father. George Soros had a tense relationship with Mr. Obama.
So Alex Soros, 39, is engaged to Hillary Clinton's former aide, Huma Abedin, who was married to Anthony Weiner. And Huma Abedin is 10 years older than Alex Soros. So Alex Soros is 39, and he's engaged to a 49-year-old woman.
But his son called upon the close relationship that Franklin D. Roosevelt had with a finance titan of his day, Bernard Baruch, as the model of how they could have worked together. I think if he was taken more seriously, some of the problems that America still deals with today would not be here, and we'd be on more stable footing, Alex Soros said of his father, according to two people with knowledge of his remarks. But he also encouraged Democrats to buck up. I really think that we should honor my father's wisdom today by not letting ourselves be defeated. Second guessing of Democratic strategy. While Alex Soros has called Mr. Trump a super candidate who could not have been defeated, other Democratic donors are more critical of the party's decisions. Many of them, joined notably by some Harris campaign officials, have taken aim at Future Forward, the main pro-Democratic super PAC. Others have privately wondered whether there should have been better coordination among major givers. Many conversations at the Democracy Alliance touched on a need for liberals to rebuild their media ecosystem, with the podcaster Joe Rogan often coming up. Almost every Democratic donor urged patience on hot takes about the election until more data about voters emerges next year. And yet the debate rages, not just at the Salamander but in private Signal chats and email threads. Tori Gavito, a co-founder of a group called Way to Win that focuses on donors and voters of color, expressed nervousness about Democratic infighting in a memo this month to her donors and allies. History has taught me that there will be leaders who will read our analysis and may disagree, Ms. Gavito said. Instead of engaging in healthy debate to forge new alliances, they will break off and build on their own, she added. This is not a time to allow factions to grow within the anti-MAGA majority. Others have a different view. Seth London, an advisor to some of the Democratic Party's biggest donors, wrote a private memo addressed to discouraged Democrats, arguing that the party should begin with a complete rejection of race and group-based identity politics. The sweeping 4-page memo, obtained by the New York Times and earlier reported by Politico, was both widely forwarded and a source of controversy in Democratic circles. Democrats have increasingly focused on the priorities of core party activists over the common voters we claim to represent, wrote Mr. London, who has spent the last 3 weeks working with other Democratic strategists to build what he envisions as a party within the party of media companies, donors, and advocacy groups that support charismatic, moderate office holders. Dimitri Mehlhorn, another influential advisor to top Democratic donors who formerly helped guide Mr. Hoffman himself, had a darker, more nihilistic takeaway. 2 days after Election Day, he wrote an email to his network saying that the Second American Republic 1868 to 2024 is over. He said that the fact that the Second American Republic existed for 150 years is itself extraordinary, but like the 2024 election, it is now history.
So my father did a PhD in apocalyptic, meaning the end times. We'd get all sorts of nutters who'd come to the house. They were so eager to discuss the end times. And for most people, if you are needlessly focusing on the end times, right, it's probably because that's more comforting to you than facing up to the failures and humiliations in your life right now. Rob Henderson's got a good X post, the difference between wisdom and intelligence. Wisdom includes social intelligence and emotional intelligence and interpersonal and intrapersonal intelligence. There are differences between wisdom and these other constructs. Social intelligence refers to understanding and interacting well with others. Wisdom seeks to discover a common good through a balance of interests. Thus, a salesman who sells a car that is defective to a customer might have the social intelligence to understand the customer's needs, but has not acted wisely. Emotional intelligence requires understanding, evaluating, and regulating emotions. Such skills are a critical part of wisdom, but wisdom requires going beyond emotional intelligence. It requires achieving a balance of interests and making a judgment that effectively uses the information and wisdom and clarity to attain a common good. Wisdom requires a balancing of interpersonal and intrapersonal intelligences. It also requires comprehension of extrapersonal aspects of a situation and a balancing of all these factors to attain a common good. Thus, wisdom seems to go beyond intrapersonal and interpersonal intelligence. Wisdom is used toward the attainment of ends that produce a common good, whereas the different kinds of intelligence may be used deliberately in the service of either good ends or bad ends. So I often talk to my sponsees, what's the difference between my will and God's will? And one way to ascertain if you're following God's will as opposed to your will is that God's will will be something that you can follow and talk about fairly openly and freely with other people, that God's will be effective for you in all areas of your life. You don't have to hide, cover up, and be filled with shame and guilt if you're pursuing God's will. So if you're pursuing God's will, you're A-OK with the New York Times covering everything that you say and do and publishing that on the front page. If you're following God's will, you will be able to navigate your familial relationships, your friends, your communal relationships, your work, your education, and it will be guidance that will work throughout your life. If you have to hide what you're doing, if you're ashamed of what you're doing, if what you're doing causes you to blow up some of the most important relationships in your life, you're likely following your will, not God's will. When you follow God's will, you can be open about it. You can pursue that in all areas of your life. So another word for God's will is reality, if you're attuned to reality, or you can also call it wisdom. All right, let's bathe ourselves in some well springs of Torah here from Marc Shapiro.
Okay. It said that he refused to take money from the yeshiva. He stays there. Of course, a great Talmid Chacham. Everyone in Volozhin was a Talmid Chacham. I mean, yeshiva in those days was for the elites. The only people who went to Volozhin were the elites of the elites. He was given smicha by Rav Yitzchak Volozhiner. That's the son of Reb Chaim, Rosh Yeshiva.
So the subject of the series of talks is a modern Orthodox rabbi, Samuel Mohilever, a Zionist, and he was born in 1824. He died at age 74 in 1898. He primarily lived in Eastern Europe and Russia.
And then he serves as rabbi for 6 years in his hometown. They knew him, I guess. They hired him. In 1854, he becomes Rav in Lita, in a place called Shaki. And in 1860, 6 years in Shaki, he becomes Rav in Suwalk, an important town in Lita.
So more than most Orthodox rabbis, Rabbi Mohilever put a great emphasis on the importance of Jews speaking the language of their country, that they fulfill the civic obligations of their country, and that they do everything that they can to get along with their non-Jewish neighbors and fellow countrymen.
Those who went to YU, Yeshiva Shtutz Elchanan, might recall that Rav David Lifshitz was known as the Suwalker Rav. He was the last Rav of Suwalk, because there was no community after the war, and there was a big Rabbanim served as Rav in Suwalk. In 1868, he becomes Rav in Radom. That's in Poland, actually. So this is a bit of a problem because you have a Lithuanian Talmid Chacham. Now he's in a community where most of the people are Hasidim. So that's always going to be interesting. In fact, Maimon reports another story. Can't vouch for its accuracy, but it says that the Hasidim loved him so much so they started treating him like a Hasidic Rebbe. They even wanted to take Shirayim. For those who don't know, and I've seen this one time, I saw the Shirayim because I was at a tish. And when I say I saw the Shirayim, I saw people grabbing for Shirayim. There's always Shirayim given out, but I saw some guy jump on a table and grab it. For those who don't know, the Hasidim, not all Hasidim, but many of the Hasidim have.
So George Soros has 5 children, but Alex Soros is the one who's primarily carrying on his work.
This concept of Shirayim, that is when the Rebbe tastes the food, from, let's say you have a challah or a fish.
So the more traditional you go in Judaism, the more visceral, the more physical it is, and the less body space there is, all right? The more you're integrated into the wider community, and if you're a Hasid, you love to be able to eat food that comes from the Rebbe's hand.
fish and he takes a little bit of it and puts it down, then the fish is holy. His holiness has gone into the fish, and you want to grab it. Now, it gets a little disgusting for us non-Hasidim because the Rebbes only eat with their hands. That's the tradition. So they'll eat the fish or the.
So there's a huge cultural difference between the Hasidim and the non-Hasidic Orthodox Jews. So Hasidim have less body space. They put less emphasis on Gentile notions of etiquette. There's much more crowding. There's not nearly as much organization and strict Gentile mores with regard to the consumption of food.
They won't use forks. Maybe there's some modern Hasidim who do, but in the traditional Hasidic world, they don't use silverware. And they take a bite or two, and then it's they can give it to their the Hasidic leaders, Hasidic followers, who they're, I guess, the favored Hasidic followers. But I, with my own eyes, so it was the Mohilever tish, as I recall, where someone just jumps up and grabs it after the Rebbe put it down. But again, well, I'll hear from the different Hasidim who listen.
So the Hasidim tend to be quite emotionally warm once you're accepted, once you're regarded as part of the group. All right, there's a bond and a closeness and a high quality of life that keeps people within the group. And for many Hasidim and for the Hasidic-friendly Jew, once you've experienced the warmth of your Rebbe's smile, right, once you've established that close, intense relationship with a particular Rebbe, no other life is possible for you. It's so intoxicating that you give up everything to follow it, which is why many Jews do not want to get close to a Rebbe because they are afraid of how it will take over their life. Thinking about Chaim Potok, who was raised Orthodox but became a conservative rabbi and a proponent of biblical criticism. And he would often go to the Lubavitcher Rebbe's talks, but he refused private meetings with the Lubavitcher Rebbe because he was afraid that that intense private connection with the Lubavitcher Rebbe would turn his life upside down. So he deliberately maintained some considerable distance from the Lubavitcher Rebbe while simultaneously sitting in on many of his talks.
And how it works in their courts. But
and I've done the same thing. Right, I've intensely followed rabbis, and then it's turned my life upside down, and I realized that I need a little bit more distance between myself and my rabbi so that I can enjoy a little bit more freedom, and even though that comes at a cost of connection.
But sometimes they throw it, or they pass. I've seen it with the tray. They pass it out. They send it down, and I've been to a few different tishes of Rebbe. So if you ever go to Borough Park, which I used to do as a kid, you can go there. So I go to the various tishes and you can see the Shiraim. So they wanted to take Shiraim from him. And of course, as a Litvish Gadol, he would have nothing of this. Now, Maimon has the following story to show how finally Rav Mohilever was able to stop the Hasidim from treating him as a Rebbe. Rebbe worship, I guess you could say. So one day he had Shalosh Hodes at his home, and all the Hasidim come. And what does he do? He invites his wife to sit next to him at the head of the table while he reads Shalosh Hodes. And Maimon tells us that was enough for the Hasidim. They no longer held of him, and some even turned into his enemies because to have the Rebbitzin sit there while you're speaking Torah, that was something they couldn't handle.
So there was a Jewish woman who felt like an Orthodox man had pushed ahead of her in line. And she said to him, if you don't move back to your proper place in line, I'm going to touch you. Because the traditional Orthodox Jew does not touch a woman that he's not married to or who is not part of his family.
Now, what's interesting is that Rav Mohilever did not need the Rabbonos for his parnasa. He had property.
Meaning he did not need to make money from being a rabbi.
That was used for agriculture. I don't know if he inherited it or came with his wife. I have to look into that. And so he actually had property they made money on the agriculture, and perhaps it's speculated, Yosef Salmon, a scholar in Israel, he has this book, Im Ta'iru, Im Ta'oru. It's the subtitle is Orthodoxy, and I guess you would say in the throes of nationalism. So I guess I would translate the title. Oh, in the grip of nationalism, there's an English title page. So he has chapters on basically religious Zionism, the conflicts between the Orthodox and the supporters of Zionism and the opponents of Zionism. He has a whole chapter here on the controversy over etrogim from Corfu. and Etrogim Eretz Yisrael, because that was a big issue there. It had to do with the Tzio, because they used to get the Etrogim from Greece and also from Italy, but Corfu Etrogim were big ones. And once they started, planting Etrogim in Eretz Yisrael,
so the etrog is a citrus fruit that plays an important role in celebration of Sukkot, or what's often translated as tabernacles. But Zionism is Jewish nationalism, and Zionism and Jewish nationalism did not just emerge out of Torah and the Torah tradition and Jewish tradition. It was also heavily influenced by Gentile notions of nationalism. So when the Gentiles developed codified systems of law, such as under the Romans, right, the Jews developed a codified system of law with the Talmud, right? The Talmud developed when Rome was ruling much of Jewish life. And then when the Muslims and the Christians got deeply into Greek philosophy, so too many of the leading rabbis embraced Greek philosophy and transformed it into Jewish philosophy and used many of the philosophical concepts of, say, Aristotle and applied and transmuted them into an exposition of Judaism. And then when the Gentiles became heavily nationalist, right, many Jews developed their own nationalism, which is called Zionism.
A lot of Rabbanim put a chayrim on the Etrogim of Corfu. Now, that raises all sorts of interesting questions because...
So he's talking about here the etrog, the citrus fruit that is not grown in the Holy Land, in the land of Israel. So talking about putting sanctions on the citrus that's not grown in the Holy Land.
Now, if the etrog of Corfu is kosher, can the rabbis really just declare it, put a chayrim on it and say you can't buy it because we want to support the settlers? Well, they did, but and not all the rabbis went along with it. Some rabbis said this is our minhag to use Corfu, and Chabad get it from Calabria and Italy, and but the whole issue of the Corfu Etrogim were important because they were pushed out because the rabbis wanted us to buy Eretz Yisrael. In fact, today, other than Chabadnikim, who still get that Calabria Etrog, I haven't seen any Etrogim from anywhere else. There used to be a guy in Dallas, Texas, where he had Etrogim. It was called Zadie's Etrog Farm. I once bought an Etrog from him because my attitude was, just as non-Eretz Yisrael, I shouldn't give him business. He needs business also. But I haven't seen any Etrogim anywhere other than Israel, except for Moroccan Etrogim. Although I don't see them in my communities, but the Satmar and others, you still can get the Moroccan Etrogim. So he has an article in here on Rav Mohilever, and he discusses a number of the things we're going to see, including the fact that he had agriculture. Now, during Rav Mohilever, so he's born in 1824. In his early years in the rabbinate, you already see the beginnings of the ideological conflicts between the rabbis and the maskilim who are religious maskilim, and non-religious maskilim. Now we're going to see there, Mohilever, really, you'll be able to call him one of the religious maskilim. I shouldn't say he's not a maskil, but an advocate of religious haskalah, because to be a maskil, you need to know all these different areas. He doesn't know that, but he actually believes that people should know that. And Rav Mohilever joins the disputes. He's not like some of the other rabbis, as we'll see, who were their attitude was just to say everything is great in traditional society. He understood, as we'll see right now, the problems in traditional society.
So a maskil refers to a Jew with Torah learning who embraces secular learning, and sometimes a Jew with a Torah background who embraces secular learning then becomes secular. But also many Orthodox Jews have embraced secular learning in addition to their Torah learning. So a religious maskil refers to an Orthodox Jew who has embraced secular learning. And the Haskalah is the Jewish Enlightenment. So Jews were not particularly influential in Europe until the Haskalah, until the 19th century, until Jews were granted more and more rights, such as to go to university. From the 15th century to the 19th century, Jews were largely absent from the cultural and academic life of Europe.
In fact, there was a Hebrew periodical. It was published in various places, including in Paris. It was called Halevanon. It's like the first of the long-lasting Hebrew newspapers. So the first part of it is, if you want to know what's going on in the Jewish world, especially the Orthodox world, you have to read the first part of it. Every week it came out. You can see it now. The Jewish National.
So for many Jews, they are Israel first, even if they live in the United States or Israel or France. But most Jews who live in the United States are America first. If they were truly Israel first, right, the rational, logical move would be to get up and move to Israel.
Library in Jerusalem has the website where they've put online lots and lots of these Hebrew newspapers, loads of them. They put online many other things as well. When I was at Harvard, they had a whole project to put all these things on microfiche, and they spent a fortune. And it wasn't even 10 years, I think, after they finished that project, that the new digital technology. So all these microfiches, they're obsolete, and everything is on the website there. So, and it's amazing because in the old days, if I wanted to see an article, I'm going to show you articles now from Halav, I would have had to go to, let's say, the seminary.
So until about 1998, I would do a great deal of research through microfiche libraries.
Or New York Public Library, why doesn't have it, and order the old issue. It takes an entire day, and maybe not typical articles, mostly. So he has an article, and this is all the people who wrote about Mohilever know this. They refer to these articles. He has an article in which he says, for instance, that with the help of the government, we should establish a school that includes secular studies.
So traditionally, the yeshiva, the Jewish Talmudic Academy, did not contain secular studies. And to have a yeshiva that teaches secular studies was considered risque, highly modern, dangerous.
Many of the other rabbis were fighting against this. Mohilever is saying, and not only is he saying it, he went to a meeting in St. Petersburg of the Maskilim, and he said,
so much of traditional Orthodox life does not venerate secular learning nearly as much as it venerates Torah learning.
That Emunah and Haskalah are both what he called Benot Elokim, that they're both valuable. And they're so
Emunah refers to trust in God, and Haskalah refers to the Jewish Enlightenment, the secular European Enlightenment finally breaking through into Jewish life.
There's nothing wrong with Haskalah. What's wrong with Haskalah is going to be irreligious Haskalah, but that Jews should be learned and wise in.
Right. So, for example, take the doctrine of evolution. There were many Orthodox rabbis in the 19th century who embraced evolution. Many rabbis, Orthodox rabbis, still embrace evolution. They understand it, however, in secular terms. In religious terms, they look at it as God directed the evolutionary process, which is not the traditional secular understanding of evolution. So, trying to find an example here of the Orthodox approach to evolution. Doggone it, I'll find it.
Well, I'll read you what he says right now. Now, we are very fortunate, although that, hold on a second, although that I can show you, for instance, here, let me show you, let me share my screen. So it's easy, here you see, it's very easy. You can pull up Halav, and then you can enlarge it. You can, there's a PDF on the side, you can click on it, and it turns it into, it'll pull up the issue you want, and I'll show you how this works. And it takes, in 1 minute, you can see something that would take a whole day. So you can pull it up. Well, notice what it says. It's a Michtaviti B'Sfat Aver, Hebrew. It's a weekly. At this time, it's being published in Mainz, etc. People, remember how the Jews lived in Tsarist Russia. I mean, there was enormous poverty, no chance of economic advancement. And these Jews would look at how Jews lived in Germany, where they lived, in a much, even though they were not involved in what we would call academic careers. You did have some doctors, and but they lived a much more enlightened life, and well, the government was much more enlightened then. So he's talking about how the answer, how we can improve ourselves, is education, and he gives examples here. So when you think about this, is Mohilever, who's going to be one of the Gedolei Yisrael, he's someone who really is following the German Orthodox path. He says that we should make Talmud Torahs and yeshivos. Obviously have to be under the authority of the rabbis. However, they should also be recognized by the government. How do you recognize by the government? You have to learn Russian, the Yodiot and the Chutzot, and necessary knowledge. In other words, the idea that you're living in Russia and you don't speak the language, we will see for Mohilever, that is a Chil Hashem. That is not the Jewish way, but that's how Jews lived. They didn't speak the language. So There's no way you can advance yourself. You can't advance yourself economically. You can't be part of society. You're living basically a ghetto lifestyle, and which is not, and especially in an era when you can see that things are going to be changing. If the Jews are going to remain ignorant of the vernacular, it's a problem. He says that Semicha, he wants to unify. This article originally appears in Halavanon, that we can't have a situation, he says, where any rabbi is giving smicha. No, we need to have an organized system, I guess in Russia, where you have smicha from Rabbanim, Gedolim, and the mashgichim of the yeshivas, and that there be tests. There was a problem. People would show up and they pull out a document. It's some rabbi gave them smicha. Who knows what type of smicha this is? So, we have the same issue today, I guess. Then he says, we need third proposal. We have to create vocational schools, schools where they teach them malacha for those young men who have the talent and desire to do this. And in these schools, these schools will be under the authority, the hashgacha of the rabbis, and you'll teach them Russian. So it's the schools where you could teach them a vocation and teach them some Torah, and it's recognized by the government. This appears so obvious to us. But you didn't have anything like this in Russia. Nothing. Zilch. All you had was the cheder and the yeshivas.
So Natan Slifkin, Orthodox rabbi, even a little bit right-wing, has a Substack called Rationalist Judaism. He is a devotee of Maimonides, the Rambam, and he published a Substack essay on Judaism and evolution. Evolution is feared by many as heretical, but is this really the case? Here are 10 questions about evolution and Judaism, along with brief answers. 1. Evolution is alleged to have taken place over millions of years, but doesn't the Torah teach that the universe was created just a few thousand years ago? There is a strong tradition in Judaism that the account of the creation is not to be taken literally. To quote Maimonides, Rabbi David Zvi Hoffman, who died in 1921, and was a member of Agudat Israel's Council of Torah Sages, suggests that the 6 days of creation were lengthy eras rather than 24-hour periods. Maimonides was of the view that the 6 days represent a conceptual rather than a historical account of creation. Why should anyone accommodate evolution? Isn't evolution just a theory, not a fact? Evolution is a confusing term because it covers different concepts. One is common ancestry, that all animal life arose from a common ancestor. Second different part of evolution is the mechanism via which one species changes into another. This is the theory of evolution. The word theory has a very different meaning in science than in everyday conversational English. In science, theory does not refer to wild speculation, but rather to an explanation. Most biologists believe that random mutations coupled with natural selection suffice to explain the mechanism of how one species changes into another. How can we accept scientific explanations for how animal life came about? It was God who made everything. We have a science of meteorology, but that does not stop us from praying that God makes the wind to blow and the rain to fall. We have a science of medicine, but this does not stop us from saying that God heals the sick. We have documented history of the process involved in winning the 1967 Six-Day War, but this does not stop us from talking about God's miraculous hand. God can work through meteorology, through medicine, through history, and through developmental biology. This is why it makes no difference if the neo-Darwinian explanation for the mechanism for evolution is true or not. It makes no difference to Jewish religious faith. Does not the Torah say that animals and man were created from the ground, not from earlier creatures? Indeed, it does. But what does that mean? Right. The description of God bringing animal life out of the ground can refer to God creating the raw material of nature and the natural processes that lead to the formation of animal life. We do not learn science from the literal meaning of Scripture. Scripture describes the sky as a dome, the hair as bringing up its cud, and the kidneys and the heart as housing one's mind. Right. These descriptions were interpreted literally by the sages of old, yet almost all recent Torah scholars interpret them non-literally. 5. Does not the notion of randomness in evolution contradict the idea of a purposeful creation directed by God? Judaism's always acknowledged that there are events which in the physical world appear to be random, but it maintains that this does not rule out God's role behind the scenes. 6. Does not the biblical concept of man being created in the image of God contradict the notion that man comes from animals? No. Classical Judaism has long maintained that man is not qualitatively different from animals in his physical aspect. Man's unique identity is in his spiritual soul, not in his physical body, and not in his physical origins. Don't most rabbis state that evolution is heresy? Few leading rabbis have studied the science and have ever given the matter serious thought. Rabbis in the Haredi world are not operating from the rationalist perspective that is the legacy of Maimonides. The few rationalist-oriented rabbis who did study the topic, such as Rav Kook, Rav Yosef Ber Soloveitchik, Rav Gedalia Nadel, a leading disciple of the Hazon Ish, and Rav Aryeh Carmel, all concluded that evolution is compatible with Judaism. Rav Samson Raphael Hirsch, Shimshon Raphael Hirsch, was skeptical of evolution but saw no theological problem with it. If evolution were ever to gain complete acceptance by the scientific world, Judaism would call upon its adherents to give even greater reverence than ever before to God, who in his boundless creative wisdom and eternal power needed to bring into existence no more than one single amorphous nucleus and one single law of adaptation and heredity to bring forth from what seemed chaos but was a definitive order, an infinite variety of species that we know today, each with its own unique characteristics that set it apart from other creatures. Does not evolution go against the Jewish tradition, no more so than the notion of the earth orbiting the sun? This was rejected by many leading rabbis from the era of Copernicus through today, yet most religious Jews have come to terms with the earth orbiting the sun. Same is true of evolution, which has become widely accepted by Orthodox Jews with a strong background in science. Aren't there many secular evolutionists who use evolution to attack religion? Yes, there are. This is an abuse of science. It doesn't reflect on the science of evolution. So that's a brief overview of one Orthodox rabbi's perspective on how evolution can fit with traditional Jewish faith.
The idea that you'd have a school recognized by the government where you teach people a career, a parnasa, that's not at all.
So parnasa refers to a living.
Number 4, he says that we should work with the government that these schools are recognized with the same rights and privileges as the non-Jewish schools, and that the rabbis should be recognized at the same level as he calls them Sha'ar Kohanei Dat. All the non-Jewish religious leaders, that, we have the same status. I don't see how that would be possible. In Russia, Russian Orthodoxy was the religion. Everything else is only tolerated. So he's dreaming a bit, I guess. But, and his 5th thing is, and this, today you get put in chayrim for saying this, but he wasn't put in chayrim. He remains among the Rabbanim in Russia, one of the recognized Rabbanim. We're going to see how Reb Chaim Soloveitchik, what he
Cherem means cast out. No one is allowed to interact with you.
Thought about him. But what does he say? He says that we have to hafitz haskala gam bein hacharedim v'hayareim. The word Haredi in 19th century doesn't mean Haredi like we have today. It means they're religious Jews. He says that we want to spread haskala, which means just knowledge of the world, enlightenment, education. So you can pick up a Russian newspaper and understand. Remember that scene in Fiddler on the Roof? One guy, knew that could read the Russian newspaper, tell him what's going on. But we're going to be part of society here. And he says that the religion.
So even though Orthodox Jews are not on their phones or on their computers on the Sabbath, if there's some big news, right, it usually gets through, and then one person will tell the entire congregation.
Just the Orthodox are the majority in our land, and it was at that time. And he says the problem is the younger generation is being removed from Torah. Well, that's a problem. If you don't educate the young Orthodox Jews, they're going to want to be part of the broader world. They're going to leave Torah Judaism. So we have to educate the young people with secular knowledge as well. He says that the non-religious see that the general schools are open to them, and therefore we have to allow we have to offer something to the Orthodox as well. So that's already, we see that Reb Mohilever, he's one of the younger rabbis. These things always have to come from the young rabbis. It's very rare to have the old rabbis willing to step out and come up with new ideas. I think today in Israel, the older Rosh Yeshiva, I think it's hopeless to think that there's going to be any changes. What you'll have probably is a younger second-level Rosh Yeshiva who are going to start, maybe some army, getting jobs, that sort of thing. They're the ones who can do it. The older ones are too set in their ways. I mean, the problem is when the younger ones do it, then it becomes a big machlokas.
So usually the more learned you are in Torah, the more insular and tribal your outlook. So Rabbi Mohilever was unique in that he was both learned in Torah and also had a sensitivity to how non-Jews would perceive Jews and how Jewish choices and behavior would affect their reputation among their non-Jewish countrymen.
And they attack them. But if the older ones would do it, maybe it would have some acceptance. But the older ones, historically, we've seen that all these sort of things, all the changes, it only comes from the younger rabbis. They're the ones who are able to make those steps. So we see Reb Mohilever arguing in a provocative fashion for something that hadn't been done yet. In fact, Salmon, in his article, page 134.
So arguing for something that hasn't been done before, it's also a thrust for significance and importance. Right? It's a way of distinguishing yourself from everyone else. It's a way of gaining more attention. It's a bid for status and prestige, but it can come at the cost of cherem, excommunication, and ostracism.
Cites another provocative statement from Mohilever, also in an article in Halavanon, where he says that.
So usually, safety, care, blending in with the community is very important when you've got a high intensity communal life, such as in Orthodox Judaism. So you don't find that many Orthodox rabbis speaking out in new and unconventional ways because it's so risky. Right? We probably have adapted to a tremendous fear of public speaking that is disproportionate to the real harm that could befall us from public speaking, because we evolved for millions and millions of years of living primarily within a small tribe. And so if you spend your entire life among 50, 100, 150 people, right, and you have an opportunity for public speaking, the odds are way too high that you might say something that might offend members of your group, and that could effectively be a death sentence. And so we may have a mismatched response. We may have mismatched evolutionary tendencies that carry through to today. So just as we have mismatched evolutionary tendencies to overeat, because traditionally when we had access to fat and to good tasting food, we'd eat as much as possible. We'd just stuff ourselves because that was evolutionarily adaptive for millions of years. Now it's evolutionarily maladaptive. And so too, our tremendous fear of public speaking is probably evolutionarily maladaptive in our current age.
Mohilever even suggests that when he talks about productive labor, what is productive labor? Like the fields and things of that nature, not just being merchants. He says, Avosenu harishonim hayu ovdei adama v'ro etzon. You know, our forefathers, the people who came before us, they worked the land. The sages of the Talmud, they were craftsmen of various sorts. So why can't we do this? This was always
So Jews tend to have, Ashkenazi Jews tend to have above average verbal IQs, and it's not surprising that people with high above average verbal IQs and also need to make an above average income to be able to support a family and to practice the expensive and demanding traditional Jewish way of life, that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not usually drawn to farming.
Problem, the non-Jews kicked this out.
Right. So if you make your living through a white-collar means as opposed to farming, you're much more likely to make a good living with relatively few hours work, and that then frees up more time to study Torah, as opposed to farming, which is incredibly time-intensive. So farming has really been a popular choice among Ashkenazi Jews.
They didn't let us, but then Jews, even when they had the opportunities, they didn't want to involve themselves with this because they adopted a certain type of lifestyle, and the idea that they would work the land or things. I mean, it's just that was not really their lifestyle. Now, we said he had agriculture, but he's not working the land. He's hiring people, no doubt non-Jews, to work the land for him. So this was a revolution when Jews went back to working the land. And but his point is that the traditional society doesn't do that. He goes further. He says that the traditional society, they don't learn what he calls Hilchos Derech Eretz. Hilchos Derech Eretz doesn't mean how to be a polite person. It means what you need to know to live in the world today. He says that they could learn this from the other nations because the other nations,
So the laws of kosher, the laws of the Sabbath, there are all sorts of Jewish laws that make extensive socializing with non-Jews challenging. So if you strictly keep the laws of kosher, you cannot eat in a non-kosher restaurant. And yet so much of business depends upon having meals in non-kosher restaurants. So what's an observant Jew to do? Now, the traditional approach takes it that if you are unable to eat with non-Jews and are unable to drink with non-Jews in a tavern, then you'll be less likely to sleep with non-Jews and to produce children who are not raised in the Torah tradition.
They know how to live properly in the world. So we see already with Mohilever.
So if you ask Orthodox Jews, is one purpose of keeping the laws of kosher to separate Jews from non-Jews? Most Orthodox Jews would agree with that. On the other hand, if you talk to conservative or Reform Jews, they'd be much less likely to agree with that. They would find many more intellectual and abstract reasons for keeping kosher. So it's taken for granted in traditional Judaism that there are many advantages to Jews separating themselves to varying degrees from wider Gentile life.
Ahead of his time, you could say. There is a master's dissertation by a woman named Nurit Marari. A whole master's dissertation, it's called The Land of Israel in the Thought of Shmuel Mohilever. And she also quotes some interesting things. She went through all the articles in Halav Unknown. So let me quote you some of the interesting things. Why this is so, I find this significant, because even before Mohilever gets involved in Chovdei Tzion, you see that he's thinking out of the box. In fact, if you want to know what gave him the ability or the inclination to think out of the box when it came to Chovdei Tzion, because the idea that you're going to leave Russia and go to Eretz Yisrael and set up settlements there, that's like out of the box thinking. You see that he was already thinking out of the box about the situation of the Jews in Russia. He saw the problem, and really the solution for Eretz Yisrael, it's not a messianic solution. It's not Rav Kook. It's very practical. It's a way to save the Jews in a physical sense, not in the way in any messianic type of thing. So basically, the turn to Eretz Yisrael is an outgrowth of what we see here. So what else does Rav Mohilever say that Marari calls attention to? Okay, the language. This is something he returns to often, that Jews need to speak the language. Like I said, it's hard to imagine living in a society where people do not speak the language. When I say don't speak the language, I don't mean don't speak the language like maybe you meet people from Kiryas Yoel. Although all the people I know from Kiryas Yoel speak English perfectly, and even if they have an accent. But years ago, I met people who you wondered about it, but now they all speak it, either because of the internet or something. But in Russia, you literally had people who didn't speak Russian. Now, maybe they could buy a loaf of bread, but they could not read it. They could not carry on a conversation with any value of any sophistication. I was told by the son of Shlomo David Kahana. Shlomo David Kahana was one of the big Rabbanim in Warsaw. He escapes the Holocaust because his son, Yitzhak Kahana, I think his name is Yitzhak, he was a minister in one of the government in Israel, in various governments of Israel, a leading Mizrahi figure. His father becomes Rav of the old city. And he dies, I think, 51. But I heard from his son, Yitzhak Kahana. Yitzhak Kahana, by the way, who was, he might have been minister of religion once. You have to check it. Very involved in all he was on Karl. You can look him up on Wikipedia. He told me incidentally that Rav Hutner very much wanted to be chief rabbi of the state of Israel, which is not recorded in any of the biographies. But he told me that when he was in Poland, there were Jews who used to hang out outside the courthouse or government buildings, and they'd make their living because Jews would have to come. They had things in the government buildings, but they didn't speak Polish. So these Jews who knew Polish, they would be hired to be the intermediary.
Right. Most Jews living in Eastern Europe were not fluent in the language of the land in which they lived. So Colin Wright, he's an evolutionary biologist, and he posts on X. The New York Times and other mainstream media outlets such as Bloomberg killed stories at the 11th hour covering new research on DEI pedagogy. So DEI stands for diversity, equity, inclusion, and its negative psychological impacts. Studies showed that many DEI practices increase hostility, authoritarian tendencies, and extreme rhetoric. Study was conducted by the Network Contagion Research Institute in collaboration with Rutgers. And it drew heavily from DEI training that came from texts such as How to Be an Anti-Racist and White Fragility. So How to Be an Anti-Racist was written by Ibram X. Kendi. White Fragility was written by Robin DiAngelo. Findings were unsettling, though perhaps not surprising to longstanding opponents of such programs. Using carefully controlled experiments, researchers found that exposure to anti-oppressive rhetoric consistently amplified perceptions of bias where none existed. Those exposed to DEI materials were more likely to advocate punitive measures such as suspending people and mandating additional DEI training. people were more likely to endorse dehumanizing rhetoric, including adapted quotes from Adolf Hitler, where the term Jew was replaced with Brahmin. The findings suggest that these programs may not only fail to address systemic injustice, but actively cultivate divisive and authoritarian mindsets. And then Colin Wright follows up. My breaking news story about a new DEI study being buried by the New York Times and Bloomberg illustrates how the platform X renders legacy media obsolete for two key reasons. First, highlights the willingness of legacy outlets to suppress inconvenient truths that challenge their preferred narratives. Colin Wright is not some right-winger, right? He's probably center-left. This is a damning indictment of any organization purporting to deliver objective news. It exposes their ineptitude and corruption. And second, it shows how poorly equipped traditional outlets are to effectively break news stories in today's media landscape. My thread on X immediately went viral, garnering over 8,300 reposts and 3 million impressions. It was shared by influential figures, including Elon Musk, and reached audiences far beyond the traditional readership of legacy outlets. Then Fox News invited me to discuss the DEI study on air and credited me with breaking the story, even though they broke it at the same time, but nobody read their story. Because of X, I have more reach to break news stories than essentially any major mainstream news company. That one person, armed with the right tools, can vastly outpace major news organizations is wild. X is not just a social media platform, it is a paradigm shift. The legacy media is on its way out.
So Mohilever insists that Jews need to know the language of the land they're living in, not just Baal Peh, but also writing. And this isn't just a matter of Chil Hashem or anything like that, but this is going to lead to a better life for the Jews and a better relationship with their non-Jewish neighbors. Remember, Jews lived among non-Jews, and you need to be able to speak the language properly. And furthermore, what does he say? He says that, what else can I tell you? He says, he says that many of the rabbis, the Jews, their attitude is that, we sit here in Russia and we wait for the Messiah. And that's it. And Mohilever says that that's not the approach. He says that we need to find ways to improve our situation. And one of them is not only the languages, but other yediot, other knowledge, which is necessary.
So often religion increases a passive approach to life, right? Sitting around waiting for the Messiah is very different than taking action to improve your life concretely in the here and now. So the modern state of Israel was overwhelmingly created by secular Jews, not by religious Jews who tended to be more passive.
Necessary lefi hazman v'hamakom, which is necessary for the era that the time we're living in. What else does Mohilever say in some of these articles? He deals with the relationship of Jews and non-Jews. I don't need to tell you that the relationship of Jews and non-Jews in Russia was not always so good. That doesn't mean it was always so bad. I mean, yes, there were pogroms, but by the way, those who haven't seen the news, Amsterdam, it's happening again today. Things were going on today as well.
So this video was released November 13.
Well, but yes, there were pogroms and you had a lot of anti-Semitism, but you also had Jews and non-Jews who got along. That's always been the situation. And
I remember talking to my Orthodox Jewish friends who were learned in Torah and asking them, can you give me the name of a rabbi who was particularly interested in non-Jews? And they all looked at me as though I was crazy. Like, what kind of rabbi who has a deep background in Torah is going to have a deep interest in non-Jews?
What Mohilever says is that the non-Jews have negative feelings about the Jews because they feel the Jews live apart from them and they're not part of society. Obviously, the fact that they don't speak the language is one thing.
Right. So the more intense your in-group identity, the more likely you are to have fear, negative feelings, and resentment about outgroups, and the less likely you are to be open to any kind of objective perspective on how your own behavior and your own language alienates non-Jews around you. So it's very easy to be a race hustler and an ethnic warrior, just telling your group that it's wonderful and that all its problems are the fault of outsiders. Rabbi Mohilever had a very different, a much braver approach.
But more, the non-Jews said that they they tried to get out of the draft. There's a draft, and they try to get out of it, which is true, I have to say. And
so one solid measure of the patriotism of a group is how frequently members of that group serve in the armed forces of the nation state. And when Jews avoid service in the armed forces, it does cause many non-Jews to question Jewish patriotism.
After the Cantonists, so there was still, you still could be drafted, and Jews would get out of it. Jews would pay money to, because you couldn't remain a religious Jew in the army. He says that non-Jews also see that Jews oppose, they don't listen to the rules of the government.
So most Orthodox rabbis would say that a Jew should avoid serving in the armed forces of one secular state if possible. One, if you're sending to combat, you might kill a Jew who's fighting for the other side. More importantly, you'll very likely be forced to violate the laws of kosher and the Sabbath. But Rabbi Mohilever had a unique perspective.
Government, I'm sure there were non-Jews who didn't listen to the rules of the government, but also Jews didn't listen to the rules of the government.
So often you'll hear Orthodox rabbis recommend that Jewish doctors and Jewish doctors in training, that they pay non-Jews to take their shifts that occur on the Sabbath or on Jewish holidays, so that instead they can spend the Sabbath and Jewish holidays with their family.
So what does Mohilever say? That his point is that, yes, there are individual Jews who do this, but the non-Jews use this and turn it into an attack on Jews as a whole. Now, I have to say that when it comes to breaking the law, that would have been true. The non-Jews, that's what Chil Hashem is, that you break the law, and then it's a Chil Hashem because everyone takes it out on Jews as a whole.
So Hilul Hashem means making the name of God stink in the eyes of the world. Like doing behavior as a religious Jew that will make people hate religion and hate God.
But I think in these articles in Halav Known, you have to assume, at least in some areas, that there's an eye to the non-Jewish, maybe the censors, because although these were not published in Russia, they were then shipped into Russia, so the censor would read them. And if they didn't like things in them, they would cut it out. Because, for Mohilever to imply that not all Jews are trying to get out of the draft, that this is only some of them, and you should, look, let's be realistic here. Everyone was trying to get out of the draft, and that's it's no secret. And he calls it like a false accusation, but it certainly was not a false accusation. And he says we need to, so that I think when you read some of his writings, you need to see what's you take for real and what's just for an outside person. Now, although let me just add something here. The Jews live.
So many Orthodox rabbis will hold that it's permitted to publicly state things that are not true if it's for the good of the Jewish community, or if it promotes observance of Torah law, or promotes people towards a more intense study and practice of Judaism. So often what an Orthodox rabbi will say publicly will be quite different from what he will admit to you privately.
Sort of as a separate lifestyle. They were not involved in the government. They lived as in their own ghetto.
So I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and the notion of a huge difference between public and private is much more profound and important in Judaism than in the Seventh-day Adventist Christianity in which I was raised. So the focus in Protestantism is on the individual and the individual's walk with Jesus. The focus in Judaism is on the overall health of the community. And so what you do publicly has a much more potential to disrupt the community than what you do privately.
And they had their own autonomy, and they were like a separate nationality in the Russian Empire, and they regarded themselves as a separate nationality. No Jew living in Russia regarded themselves as Russian, just like no Jew living in Poland regarded themselves as Poland. They were Jews, or Lithuania. No Jews in Hungary.
And Russians and Hungarians and Poles and Germans and the French generally, until recently, did not regard Jews living in their midst as members of their nation state. They were Jews who just so happened to be in their country. And so I will meet Orthodox Jews today who are from Australia, but they don't identify as Australian. They identify overwhelmingly as Jews, religious Jews, who just so happened to have come from the Gentile country of Australia.
He thought himself a Hungarian, definitely. Jews, including the Orthodox. Jews in Germany thought themselves as German, but no one thought that way in Russia. And they were not involved in the government at all. So they were like...
So in Western Europe, Jews tended to have respect and admiration for their non-Jewish society, country, and culture. Jews from Eastern Europe tended to have many more negative feelings about their surrounding Gentile culture and society. So you will see with American Jews, those who come from a background in Western Europe will tend to be more moderate in their politics, while those who come from a background in Eastern Europe will tend to be more radical in their politics. Because the Jews from Western Europe, by and large, revered and admired the non-Jewish culture around them. Jews from Eastern Europe did not.
So yes, people could have a negative feeling about them that they're not involved, but everyone understood they're separate. That is different, by the way. I just want to mention it because I mentioned the situation in Israel before. I heard an interview with Rav Stav on Scott Kahn's podcast. And Scott Kahn, it's called Orthodox Conundrum. I know Scott because when I was had my job at Brandeis University as the rabbi there, if those who remember from a couple of years ago, the classes on my latest book, Scott Kahn was a student then, and then he went on, got smicha, he opened up a yeshiva in Israel for a while. In any event, so he's interviewing Rabbi Stav, and Rabbi Stav says the real problem with the Haredim in Israel today is he sees it. I mean, he says there's a number of problems, but but here you have the Haredim are in the government, and they're voting for war. So how is it that they are voting for war when they don't send their kids to war? It's one, if they were living like Satmar, not involved, that's one thing. But they are part of the government and they're taking responsibility. So there's a moral problem here. How do you take responsibility for going to war when your children don't have to pay the price? So, in fact, I heard the following from someone. I don't need to mention his name, but anyone who's in Boston and goes to the Boston Rebbe, you know who I'm talking about because there's only Boston Rebbe. There's only a few people there who'd be called Hasidim. And there was only one guy when I was there who wore a Streimel. So anyone from Boston know who I'm referring to. And he told me the following story. He doesn't come from a Hasidic background, but he told me that in the 60s, he went, or early 70s, he went to the Agudas, it must have been in the early 70s, he went to the Agudas Yisrael convention one year. He went to the Aguda convention. He told me two interesting things about the Aguda convention he went to. He said that one of the things that was said there, this is from a later convention, and I won't say which Rosh Yeshiva, because maybe it'll be Lashon Hara, but it's a good story. He says that they had like an Ask the Rosh Yeshiva night or something, and a couple of the Rosh Yeshiva. And one of the people in the audience stands up and introduces himself, and Rebbe, you remember me? Yes, of course, the Rosh Yeshiva. I remember you. Says, when we were in Yeshiva, you told us, that we should go into Chinuch, and to teach Torah, and we'll live a life of dachkus, of difficulty, but, we're doing God's word and all that. And, the Rosh Yeshiva, yes, yes, yes. And then the man says, well, then, Rebbe, how come you're now telling your Talmidim not to marry my daughters? Because they're basically, the Rosh Yeshiva was telling them to marry a rich guy so he could support you in learning. So he told me that the room was silent. No one said a word. Because here you have someone, a student, who followed what the Rosh Yeshiva said to go into a career.
So religious Jews tend to be breathtakingly pragmatic, right? There's romantic religion and unromantic religion. Christianity is romantic religion. You got this great sweeping story of God sacrificing himself on a cross. Judaism instead focuses on laws of behavior in the day-to-day. And so traditional Jews recognize that most of life's problems can be solved with money, and they would prefer their daughters to marry someone with money. At the same time, they venerate the study and teaching of Torah, and so this creates a contradiction.
We weren't making the big bucks, and now he's challenging him. Why then are you telling people not to marry my daughters? Only go for the rich people. And okay, so that's not the story reason I mentioned it, because he said this would have been the early 70s. They wanted to send, in the name of Agudas Yisrael, a message to the president. So it would have been Nixon of unanimous support for your carrying out the war in Vietnam. One of these, messages. So they had a gathering there, and they were going to take a Aguda. I don't know if they still do, but in those days they still they follow all these forms, the old ways of doing things, like you take a motion and you take a vote and all that. So they had everyone in the room, and they said that they wanted to get approval to send a message of support for the president for the war in Vietnam against, I guess, the godless communists. So everyone raises their hand, the ayes and then the nays. And he said, this is what he told me. He's the only person he raises his hand. No. And they said, well, what? You don't support it? He says, it's not a question of whether I support it or not. He said, but none of your sons are in the army. None of them are fighting. So how is it that you should have a say and want to, tell Nixon to continue the war when you're not paying the price for it? And he told me with a lot of pride that as a result of that, the message that they sent to Nixon couldn't say that a Aguda gathering unanimously sends its whatever support. It had to say with, strong support or overwhelming support or something like that. He said because he was the only person that refused to go along with this. And look, he has a point. This is an issue that comes up in these towns that become majority Orthodox because the people then they control the school boards. And yet their own kids, though, don't go to the public school. So the question is there a conflict of interest there? Because you can cut the budgets because your kids are not in the school. So let's leave that aside. So what does Rav Mohilever say? He says that we need to educate Russian Jews to have love and of our king under who we live. And this is, he says, Al pi chukei Torah, because the king is trying to make the country a good king. And we have to follow their laws and, be loyal citizens and love the nation. Okay, that's what they say. He goes on and says that we cannot engage in illegal behavior. If he says you'll find in the Talmud many passages that tell us that we have to love le'ahov es kol adam, to love every man, u'idrosh tovaso, and to look out for his well-being, u'hashiv avedaso, and to return his lost objects, and to not deceive him without any distinction, b'li hevdel dat ve'emunah. Now, it's true that you have people that say that, but you have people who say otherwise, because the simple Talmudic explanation of the Talmud doesn't say this at all. It doesn't say that you need to return the lost objects, and it doesn't say you have to love everyone. You love Jews. However, there's a whole you love Jews. That's the mitzvah, not non-Jews. But there's a tradition. There's also writers in the tradition, Sfarim, that expand this in terms of returning lost objects, things like that. They say it doesn't apply when the Talmud speaks about there's no need to return these lost objects unless you make a Kiddush Hashem. It only applies to the wicked pagans of old. It doesn't apply to the civilized people we live in, and not when the law is that you have to return lost objects, that sort of thing. And second of all, loving all people. You have to have passages that say this. Rav Kook says in numerous, but forget Rav Kook. Rav Chaim Vital said.
Right, so the more intense your in-group identity, the more likely you are that you'll direct your love primarily to your in-group and not towards wider humanity. So Marc Shapiro, the speaker here, he has a terrific blog, and he wrote this entry: while Jews are obliged to speak in a dignified manner, there is an exception when it comes to speaking about idolatry. So see the Talmudic tractate Megillah 25b, where among other things it states, it is permitted for a Jew to say to a Gentile, take your idol and put it in your buttocks. And Marc Shapiro blogs September 18 about the Neturei Karta. Right? They believe that the Messiah will usher in a Jewish theocracy to rule over the land of Israel. And Marc Shapiro, who's a modern Orthodox Jew and a Zionist, writes, we have seen behavior by so-called religious Jews that is vile. I refer to the actions of Neturei Karta. We've all seen their antics in the past. I think most of us looked at them as clowns and sick people who maybe we should feel sorry for them. This is no longer the case. Now they are marching in support of the murderers of Jews, aligning themselves with the enemy and attempting to destroy the state of Israel. They are doing this at the very time that Jews are being killed at war. And he says here you can see a video of a Neturei Karta delegation that went to Iran to pay respects after the death of President Raisi. Here, a different delegation visits the Iranian ambassador to the UN to pay respects. Here's a video where they are at Qatar, the funeral of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, whose death they mourned in a public statement. It's hard to imagine anything more obscene than this. What we've seen from Neturei Karta since October 7, 2023 goes way beyond making a Hilul Hashem, referring to the desecration of God's name. Till his death, the spiritual leader of the Neturei Karta was Rabbi Moshe Beck, died in 1921. Here you can see him showing his affection for the Iranian leader Ahmadinejad in the ultimate obscenity in his book, The Path of Derek Hatzalah, The Path of Kindness. Beck explains why it is halakhically, meaning within Jewish law, appropriate to congratulate terrorists on a successful operation, namely when they murder Jews. Thus, it is entirely in line with Neturei Karta ideology for them to praise the October 7 quote-unquote resistance. Over 30 years ago, I was naive. I thought I'd be able to have a productive correspondence with Rabbi Beck, and he publishes on his Sforum blog, here are 3 letters that I received back from him. In my second letter, I strongly protested how he referred to Rav Kook. In my third letter, I attack him for degrading great Torah scholars and argue that once the state of Israel was created, anti-Zionism came to mean working to destroy the Jewish state and thus putting millions of Jewish lives at risk. Satmar anti-Zionism is religiously based, but remains entirely theoretical, even eschatological, meaning the end times. Satmar has always been absolutely opposed to allying with anti-Semites and terrorists and their supporters. So when it comes to the Neturei Karta and those with a similar mindset, I'm wondering about halakhic and ethical issues. Can such people be counted in a minyan, a prayer quorum? Are you allowed to give charity to them? How about the children who will suffer through no fault of their own? Can the children of such a family be kicked out of a yeshiva? If these people have businesses, should we boycott them and cause their children to suffer for the sins of their fathers? Do we just ignore these people entirely? Here's what Maimonides says about one who separates himself from the community, and it certainly applies to the Neturei Karta. So this is from the Mishnah Torah, Hilchot Tshuva, chapter 3, verse 11. Person who separates himself from the community, even though he has not transgressed any sins, but has separated himself from the congregation of Israel and does not fulfill Torah mitzvot, Torah commandments together with them, does not take part in their hardships, nor join in their communal fasts, but rather goes on his own individual path as if he is from another nation and not one of them, as though he is not part of the Jewish people, that Jew does not have a portion in the world to come. So let's get Kip back onto the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Hey, man. I'm just going to check in with you for a minute and ask you for your opinion about this Catherine lady from CBS News that basically admitted that they had buried Hunter Biden's liberal use of the N-word several times in the laptop they had gotten hold of. And also they had buried the fact that it looked like Joe Biden himself used at least 5 of the emails off that laptop. So have you seen this? Can I play a few second clip from where the lady's talking?
Sure.
And spilling the beans?
Sure.
Okay.
Once we got the laptop story on the morning news, I felt that there was so much there that we could still do. For example, in the text messages, there's unfortunately the use of the N-word, the liberal use of the N-word. And I thought this was worthy of a story, but I was told that it was not something that interested CBS News. Then I asked for a forensic review of the laptop, and we found that there were more than 6 emails that were likely used by Joe Biden. I thought that was a story, but
So she goes on a little bit, but her name's Catherine Herridge. You can look into it a little bit. But what do you think? If that was Donald Trump Jr. or little Baron Trump, they wouldn't have said on that, would they, Luke?
Correct. Absolutely. I agree.
Okay. So I just wanted to get your opinion on that and tell you a great show. A little bit Jew-centric for me, but I don't have much going on today. I'll play along with you, buddy.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
See you, man.
Okay. See you later, bro. Okay, let's keep things Jew-centric here. A little bit more from Professor Marc Shapiro.
As that you have to love everyone. So what does that mean? Love everyone? I mean, halacha seems to be, how can you love everyone? V'ahavta kamocha, you reacha. It's hard enough to love that. You're going to say you love everyone? It's not realistic. In fact, I like to explain, the non-Jews like to criticize us because their understanding is the golden rule: do unto others what you want to yourself. And we have it in a negative way, that don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. But the truth is that the golden rule is completely unrealistic. You're never going to love anyone like yourself. It's unnatural. It's impossible. You're always going to have your own interests more than other people. So when Chazal explains to them, what does it mean, love your neighbor as yourself? In a practical way. What is that? Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. But you can't realistically, do it in a positive way, because that's not reality. You have maybe a tzaddik once in a generation who can actually love others like he loves himself in a positive sense. But we can't get rid of our self-interest. So Chazal tell us what it means is we can certainly not do the bad thing that we don't want done to ourselves. But you do have these passages, and Mohilever says that he's saying this is apologetic or not. You'd have to figure out what it is or not. He seems to be trying to create an environment where, again, love can mean different things. Obviously, you love, just like you love your family, even if when we say you love all Jews, you're always going to love your family more than people you don't know. I mean, that's just natural. So clearly, yes, you love Jews with a deeper love, but that doesn't mean you can't have ahava. What does ahava mean? Ahava could mean love. It could mean good relations, feeling, you can translate all different ways. So I don't see this as only apologetic. He goes on and says that even more than that, he says there's a lot to learn from the non-Jews. He says we can learn, and see the term Hilchos Derech Eretz from the non-Jews. And he says, quote, Ve'yadua ki Rabboseinu B'alei Talmud. He says the rabbis of the Talmud, lamdu harbe pamim, they learned a number of times, Eze Hilchos Derech Eretz mishar lo tevel. They would learn from the non-Jews proper things, proper.
So there are all sorts of attitudes towards non-Jews within Jewish sacred text, and the context in which the texts were composed will have a profound effect on whether the attitude expressed is more positive than negative. So Jews living in a community with overall excellent relations with non-Jews will tend to portray non-Jews in a positive light, and Jews living in a community where they have wretched relations with non-Jews will more often portray non-Jews in a negative light.
Ways to live, good ways, good things to do. I mentioned this in the past, that when I was in Israel in Yeshiva, Rabbi Berzon, was one of the rabbis there, said that there's a lot we could learn in Israel from America. He mentioned the idea of a line, that you go to the bank, you wait on line. I think in Israel today you do, but in those days everyone just coming from all sides.
So when you hear a sermon, if the rabbi is Orthodox, almost all the sources used for the sermon will come from within the Torah tradition. If the rabbi is Reform or conservative, very likely a majority of the sources will come from non-Jews. There was a rabbi in Beverly Hills who would regularly preach about the beauties of the Playboy philosophy. Right? That's not something that you would hear from an Orthodox rabbi. And shockingly, this particular rabbi who had espoused the Playboy philosophy from the pulpit, he flamed out of the rabbinate with a series of scandals.
And put yourself in. There's things you can learn from the non-Jews. There's plenty of passages in Sarim and other and others that speak about this. So Mohilever is saying that he's trying to get rid of this idea that it's an us versus them. And he says that even in Russia, we could be part of the society. He sees in Germany how people are part of the society. If you went to Germany in the mid-19th century, it's not an us versus them.
So many Orthodox Jews that I know who send their children to Orthodox Jewish day schools, they also supplement that education by procuring studies, tutoring for their kids in various secular subjects so that they will be equipped to do well at university and in the wider world. So plenty of Orthodox Jews I know enjoy reading non-Jewish books, non-Jewish literature, and they will typically have bookshelves that have bookshelves entirely devoted to Torah, and then other bookshelves filled with more secular works.
That it's not the non-Jews versus the Jews living in a ghetto. Jews are part of the society, even though they're Torah observant. And he's looking forward to a time where in Russia, but Jews can be part of the society.
So if you want to maintain an intense in-group identity, it's a lot easier to do that if you do not have meaningful relations with members of out-groups. On the other hand, there are many beautiful results of interacting and developing friends with out-groups. So on the one hand, it's easier to maintain an insular way of life by minimizing all interactions with out-groups. On the other hand, there's a lot that you can learn, and there's beauty that you can derive, and financial benefit, social benefit, and emotional benefit you can build from having good relations with out-groups.
The problem is that obviously there's discrimination against the Jews, but it's more than that because the Jews themselves are not, they have to go halfway. They have to start speaking the language, and they have
Yeah, how do you say Playboy philosophy in Hebrew?
To start getting involved in wider pursuits. And maybe if they do that, then the Russian government will take a half step in their direction. That's what he's looking forward to. In fact, he do not believe in religious coercion. He says that.
So in more traditional societies prior to the Enlightenment, so in Jewish communities, particularly in Eastern Europe, rabbis had tremendous power prior to the 19th century. And a Jew who was exiled from his community, that would be particularly devastating. Now, in America today, rabbis have very little power, right? To the extent that they have influence, it's because they have so meaningfully contributed to the lives of their congregants. So during times of recession or depression, many rabbis will make it their primary task to find jobs for their congregants.
That he says, "Ein zechus," or I'll say it starting, "Ein zechut of koach ba'olam." There's no one has the right or the strength to force anyone from any religion to give up their religion and adopt your own religion. And he says this is obviously not going to be practical. It's create disputes, but he says no one has the right to do that. And then he says something interesting in the footnote. Fascinating. He points to this Gemara. Look, you can see this as
So without social and communal coercion, most Jews will leave Orthodox Judaism. Right? The reason that Orthodox Judaism was so dominant in Eastern Europe was you had a coercive communal structure that made it exceedingly difficult to live outside of the community. So when Jews encounter freedom, such as when they immigrate to the United States, overwhelmingly they also tend to leave Orthodox Judaism.
Apologetic thing. I was saying that, no one has the right to tell anyone else what other religion to adopt, but knowing that in the Messianic era, maybe the Jews can force everyone to give up their idolatry, all that sort of thing. But he cites a Gemara. This Gemara in the footnote, not in the article itself. Hold on, let me, let's see. It's in Avodah Zarah, Daf Beis. I thought I pulled it. Here it is. What does the Gemara say? Where do we know that the non-Jews did not fulfill the Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach? And they cite
Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach refers to the 7 laws of the children of Noah, referring to the entire world. So 7 basic ethical principles that Judaism holds everybody is accountable to. Do not murder, do not steal and kidnap. You must set up courts of law. Do not publicly deny God's existence. Do not commit sexual immorality, such as homosexuality, incest, and adultery. Do not be cruel to animals. Right? Do not worship idols.
Cite a pasuk. Yosef teaches, he stands and shakes, in explanation of the verse in Chavakuk, he stands and shakes the earth, he sees and makes a nation tremble. Vayater. So then they say, what did God see? He saw the 7 mitzvahs that the sons of Noah accepted on themselves, and he saw they didn't fulfill them. Since they didn't fulfill them, he arose and nullified, reading it with V'hitiran, the command to heed these mitzvot. Okay. And then the Gemara goes on and says, do the non-Jews gain anything from the mitzvos now that there's no obligation? And then they say that the Gemara explains that they receive a reward, but they don't receive a reward.
So Rabbi Hertz, who was the chief rabbi of the British Empire, in his commentary on the Pentateuch about 120 years ago, he said that God put the sun, moon, and stars in the sky so that non-Jews could worship them as a way station on their way to the one true God. So that's an example of a tolerant strand in Judaism towards other religions.
Reward as if they're obligated in it. Okay. But what I want to ask you, what does this mean when it says, the Gemara says, Amad v'hitiran lehem? I'm reading you the English translation here. God nullified for them the command to heed the Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noach.
So one reason that Judaism discourages non-Jews from converting to Judaism is that once you convert and become Jewish, you are then accountable to hundreds of Jewish laws, and you become accountable for violating them. While if you're not Jewish, then there are only certain basic ethical principles that you're accountable to. And this is a particular series in the Talmud, in the Gemara, where it talks about God even releasing non-Jews from having to observe the 7 laws of the sons of Noah.
So first of all, this is an amazing passage, which if you look in all the sources, or most of the sources, this is just ignored those words. And the assumption is we don't accept it. You look in the Rambam, Mishnah Torah, it'll have the 7 mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Everyone knows, you're taught in school, right? Non-Jews are obligated in 7 mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Neil, and what about this Gemara that says they're no longer obligated in it? And then it asks the whole question, and if they're not obligated, that means they don't get any reward for doing anything. People don't talk about it. I wonder, by the way, I think maybe it's not referring to natural law, like killing or stealing. Maybe it's only referring to idolatry, other things. But be that as it may, before I get to Mohilever, this is a very interesting text. And there are passages in my review of Jonathan Sachs's book a number of years ago. I call attention to the fact that you have sources, including the Abarbanel, and as I recall, the Akeya Sitzach, who state that non-Jews are not obligated Shem Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. They take this Gemara, and that explains that for them, non-Jews can worship idolatry. This is not in line with halacha, as recorded by the Rambam, and not in line with the overwhelming majority approach. But that's how they understand. There's a pasuk. The pasuk says that they look to the sky, and God gave them these.
So pasuk refers to text.
These stars, which people interpreted that non-Jews are allowed to. So you have this view. And I quote some other sources that assume that non-Jews are not obligated, let's say, in Avodah Zarah anymore. So
Avodah Zarah refers to idol worship. So this is a particular section of the Talmud that says that there's no penalty for idol worship for non-Jews.
I mean, non-Jews can kill or steal. They don't say that. So I think the assumption is that those would be forbidden, not because of Shem Mitzvahs B'nai Noach, but I think for natural law sort of reasons, perhaps. I'm not sure, because it makes no sense to say that for Abarbanel to say that non-Jews can kill and get away with it. Doesn't make sense. And he specifically refers to Avodah Zarah. But what does Mohilever, though, picks up on this? And he says that after saying that no one can force someone else to abandon their religion, he says, perhaps this is what Rav Yosef is getting at here, when Rav Yosef says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu Hitir Lahem Shem Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. He says, Retzono she'azvam al b'chiratam ha'chavshit. He left the non-Jews to their own free will, and didn't allow any nation to force them to observe the Shem Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. So Rav Mohilever is saying maybe that's the point, that we're now in an era where no one can force anyone else, and that's okay.
So Jews, by and large, think it shows how wonderful and tolerant Judaism is that it does not seek converts. Non-Jews, when they become aware of this, they think it shows how tribal and self-centered and unconcerned with the greater welfare Jews are, that they do not seek converts.
But the non-Jews are not obligated in it. I mean, but it's still wild. He's a posek. He's a halachist.
So there are a few tiny movements within Judaism devoted to sharing with non-Jews the 7 laws of the sons of Noah.
To say this. So it's a fascinating idea that the non-Jews, like I said, I think you need to see them as having some sort of basic obligation in human relations, because otherwise you'd have chaos, you'd have chaos in the world. But something like maybe setting up courts and Aver Minachai and idolatry.
Aver Minachai is the prohibition against cruelty to animals. Okay, I love this series on great rabbinic thinkers from Marc Shapiro from the YouTube channel Torah in Motion. Okay, here we go back to the international state system after neoliberalism. This is Wolfgang Streeck.
It is in his further examination of what he thought was the emerging post-war peace settlement for the Eastern European region that Polanyi arrives at the core of his argument in favor of a regionally subdivided, planned global order. Eastern Europe, Polanyi notes, was traditionally beset with at least 3 endemic political diseases: intolerant nationalism, petty sovereignties, and economic non-cooperation. Here as elsewhere...
So there'll always be an element of intolerance in nationalism. So nationalism means that you put your own people, your own group first. It is your top priority.
The rise of nationalism, according to Polanyi, quote, coincided with the territories brought under the control of a credit system by autochthonous middle classes. Moreover...
So when I was moving towards converting to Judaism, many Jews suggested to me there was no reason for me to convert, because then I'd just be accountable to hundreds of laws that would make my life more challenging and more difficult. So they would often suggest, why don't you just become a Noahide, meaning a follower of the 7 laws of the sons of Noah. Just 7 basic ethical principles that Judaism holds all of humanity are accountable to.
Ethnic conflicts, in Polanyi's words, quote, unresolved racial issues, not only interfered with the functioning of markets across national borders, but were also reinforced by unfettered economic competition between countries with a gold standard foreign economy, forcing governments to leave it to the markets to balance their country's external accounts. This, Polanyi claims, and Polanyi readers know the argument, this, Polanyi claims, came to an end whenever during the interwar period market methods were, under Soviet Russian leadership, discarded for planned trading.
So this bloke who's speaking, Wolfgang Streeck, he is the subject of a Christopher Caldwell column in the New York Times today, saying that he provides the best explanation for the rise of Donald Trump and other populist movements throughout the First World.
Now, very importantly, then intractable chauvinisms lost their viciousness.
Okay, is there a significant phenomenon of Noahide conversions? Significant meaning there are probably thousands of people who have done it. There are Noahide communities that I've talked to. But there are also certain Orthodox rabbis who prey sexually and financially on these people, because often there's a great deal of naivete, and they think that because someone presents as an Orthodox rabbi that he's more likely to be sexually and financially proper than a plumber. In reality, an Orthodox rabbi is no more likely to be sexually and financially appropriate than anyone else with his level of IQ. If I had taken the advice to become a Noahide, would I have any community? Yeah. Yeah, there are possibly 100,000, 150,000 people who identify as Noahides, and there are dozens of small communities, but it has nowhere near the intensity and the passion of the Jewish community.
National sovereignty became less maniacal, and economic cooperation was regarded again.
So, by and large, the most learned and most impressive Orthodox Jews have the least to do with non-Jews. Right? Those Orthodox rabbis who know the most Torah and are the most morally impressive, they are the least likely Orthodox rabbis to engage in kiruv, meaning outreach, which often necessitates considerable interaction with non-Jews. So generally speaking, the more charismatic the speaker, the personality, the social media figure, the rabbi, right, the more likely he is to be a sexual and financial player. Because when you're charismatic, you make other people feel alive. That makes them more vulnerable. And it's very hard for men, no matter how religious they are, to say no to their yetzer hara, their evil, lustful, selfish impulse. So there is an incredibly high level of predatory behavior among quote-unquote kiruv rabbis, outreach rabbis, the rabbis who have the most to do with non-religious Jews and non-Jews. And there's an incredibly high predation factor among the most charismatic rabbis, right? The most mesmerizing characters within Judaism, outside of Judaism, also tend to be the most dangerous because they have the potential to reduce other people to the most intense states of vulnerability. And only a truly righteous man does not take advantage of others when he has the ability to do so.
As being of mutual help instead of being feared as a threat to the prosperity of the state. In effect, as soon as the credit system is no longer based on confidence, but on administration, finance, which rules by panic, is deposed and sanity can prevail. The lessons Polanyi drew from this for the rest of the world were far-reaching. If, he writes, the Atlantic Charter really committed us to restore free markets where they have disappeared, we might thereby be opening the door to the reintroduction of a crazy nationalism into regions from which it has disappeared. Liberal capitalism would then become a matter of foreign policies based on foreign buying and selling, lending and borrowing, and the exchange of foreign currencies carried on between individuals as if they were members of one and the same country, with the market expected to balance the economic relations between countries automatically, that is, without the intervention of their governments. You might want to think of the European Monetary Union. This failed in the 1930s, he says, and the gold standard had to be abandoned. Now, regional planning offered new methods of foreign economy that are conducive to international peace and cooperation, as they allowed for mutually beneficial distribution of raw materials, the stabilizing of prices, and even the ensuring of full employment in all countries. It was only the United States that was trying to resolve these issues with, quote, a universal system of marketing, although this would involve the impossible task of first restoring the market system throughout the world.
So there's no objective meaning to the word freedom, right? It depends entirely upon your hero system. For example, I'm a big devotee of 12-step programs, and from a 12-step program, the freedom to engage in your addiction is a movement towards death and destruction. From a religious perspective, right, acting in defiance of God's will is a step towards death and destruction. So if you're on the right or if you're on the left, if you're religious, if you're a 12-stepper, your understanding of freedom will be completely different.
While it might take time for the United States to understand that its idea of Außenwirtschaft is doomed to failure, the promising alternative to the...
And looking at the chat, the high predation factor reminds me of the experience of early Buddhism in America, where these proper-seeming monks would come over from Japan and would end up sleeping with a bunch of their female students. Yeah, so many leading yoga teachers, right, the most charismatic male yoga teachers have often tended to teach yoga from the tip of their penis.
Reactionary utopia of Wall Street, Polanyi writes, is deliberate.
I remember I venerated all these teachers at Sierra Community College when I went there, and then I became close with this young woman who opened my eyes to how my favorite teachers were engaging in, you know, all sorts of sexual liaisons with students.
Developments of the new instruments and organs for foreign trading, lending and paying, which constitute the...
On the other hand, right, even attractive women are not equally preyed upon, right? Many women put off the vibe that I am not an idiot and I cannot be taken advantage of. So whether it's in the field of sexuality or finances or in anything, we have a huge effect on how other people treat us, right? There are some people who a normal person would not dream of trying to take advantage of because they're so formidable. On the other hand, right, those who are heavily traumatized in childhood and have not overcome it, right, all sorts of people with vulnerabilities, they're looking for someone to make them feel whole. They might find it in a secular guru or a religious guru, and then these vulnerable personalities will be easily taken advantage of. Somehow, in my promiscuous stage, in my late 20s, right, I would go to a party and I would fairly easily find those women who would be not much effort to get into bed. Because even though I was a womanizer for a couple of years, I was not a womanizer willing to put much effort into it.
Essence of regional planning. Polanyi ends his discussion with a fascinating analysis of the situation of the United Kingdom, the country where he was then living. And we could extend this to the whole Brexit debate, but we won't do this here. It's clear enough what he says. In short, Polanyi saw Britain.
So I remember when I fell in love with Kundalini Yoga. And whenever I fall in love with something, whether it's Judaism or Kundalini Yoga, or this charismatic personality, or this mesmerizing radio talk show host, I also like to look up their most vehement critics. And so a couple of months into my journey into Kundalini Yoga, one, I'd had thousands of dollars of physical therapy bills because of the damage that I'd done to myself. And I looked up Kundalini yoga, and I found that thousands of people had a terrible experience with Kundalini yoga, as well as thousands of people had a fantastic experience with Kundalini yoga. So you could look at both sides. You could see the beauty, you could see the predation. And I was never able to sustain the same level of enthusiasm for Kundalini yoga once I read these heartbreaking stories of those who'd been taken advantage of and abused.
Dependent on imports, quote, for maintaining a civilized standard of life and for the survival of the Commonwealth, on free cooperation with overseas dominions, which were no longer colonies. A planned foreign economy would enable Britain to, quote, reap the huge economic and political advantages of the regional organization of the world. In fact, after the changes it had undergone since the 1930s, Britain was no longer a free trading country at all, a process that had made it more of a popular democracy than ever. Quote, more healthily, 1945, more healthily united with every year that has passed since she left the atmosphere of liberal capitalism, free competition, the gold standard, and all the other names under which a market society is hallowed. This, however, was not yet irreversible. The real issue today, Polanyi wrote, was that reactionaries still hope that it is not yet too late for Britain's own system of foreign economy to be changed back.
Right, so not every political and economic system is ideally suited for each people. Right, the type of political and economic system that best suits Northeast Asians is going to be quite different from a political and economic system that best suits people in West Africa, which will be different from kind of system that best suits people in East Africa, which will be different from a system that best suits people in Egypt or in France or in Germany, Norway, England, Ireland, right? The Irish, for example, are much more collectivist and socialist than the English. And so the imposition of some kind of, worldwide globalist economic empire where the primary mover is the United States is not going to produce systems that are ideally suited for each nation.
So that it may fall in line with that of America. The Trump visit comes to mind. This way, Britain would not just lose the advantages of equal cooperation with the United States and the Soviet Union, but soon would be deprived, quote, of those organs of international trade which she needs for her survival, as well as for her freedom of action.
So I was so excited after Brexit. And from my reading of the facts on the ground, Brexit has been a disaster for the United Kingdom economy. There was no free trade deal secured with the United States. There very little prospect of any such deal. And what felt like an exhilarating step towards freedom has apparently boomeranged. And the British economy is just in very bad shape.
Rising standard of life and the advantages of a constructive peace for a long time to come. American-style economic universalism would imply a return to the gold standard in substance, if not in name. The battle over the gold standard, Polanyi adds, is in reality a battle for and against regional planning. Fighting that battle on the side of, quote, a
And the chat says one of the unreasonable things about current year ideology is that it cannot accept that some women are more vulnerable than others. So in a traditional society, particularly a traditional Jewish society, the more precious something is, the more you protect it. And so Torah scrolls, for example, are wrapped up and protected, and women are protected as well.
Universalist conspiracy to make the world safe for the gold standard, where the old ruling classes of British society, afraid of a new egalitarian impulse that might, quote again, and this is the end of this summary, that might...
So I had my promiscuous experiences largely between 1994 and 1999. That was a very different culture from the one after the Me Too era. So that was a much more laissez-faire sexual culture where things were much more wide open. And the Me Too era and many more trials and tribulations for men engaged in sexual promiscuity on college campuses were an inevitable reaction. I mean, so society cannot just have a laissez-faire attitude towards sex, right? Men's natural promiscuity is going to wreck society, and so a healthy, civilized society is going to have to develop protections for women against male predatory behavior.
Might fuse the Israelis, two nations into one. Contrary to national interest, they might attempt to restore universal capitalism instead of striking out boldly on the paths.
So it's also complicated because the more protection you institute, the less freedom you allow. And I'm thinking about one story told that I heard from an Orthodox rabbi who was on this national Beit Din. And it was about two best friends. They were both 55. And one day, one best friend comes to stay with his other best friend. And in the course of that Sabbath, the friend sleeps with his host's 15-year-old daughter. Afterwards, the daughter has no problem with what occurred, but the father of the daughter is outraged. And so he goes to his Orthodox rabbi and say, how should we respond? And the local Orthodox rabbi says, you should gather your friends and you should beat the man who had sex with your 15-year-old daughter. Beat him, paying particular attention to the organ that committed the infraction. So the man was beaten, he was hospitalized, and then he took his former best friend to a Beit Din, to a Jewish rabbinical law court. And the Beit Din ruled that the man who organized the beating owed the man who was beaten his complete medical expenses. So it's an example where the 15-year-old girl apparently had no objection to what happened, but her father was angry on her behalf. I'm thinking in Los Angeles, there was the daughter of a prominent cantor in the Los Angeles Jewish community, and she participated in 9th grade in a porn video with two of her male classmates. And everyone in the class at Milken Jewish Community High School knew about this porn video for a year before any adult found out. And then when the parents got the word about what happened, like they aged 10 years overnight. And then the girl was sent to a different school, a different community in a different part of the United States. So that's traditionally how Jewish communities have handled scandal. You just take someone and you move them across the country or across the world.
Of regional planning. So now I have laid out the conceptual toolkit, and I will go to discuss what really happened. And the next section is headlined "The Rise and Decline of Neoliberalism."
So on the question of protection versus freedom, I don't think I fall on either side, right? I recognize that these are competing goods. And so I think I'm a moderate, right? I'm willing to give up some freedom for some protection, and I'm willing to give up some protection for some freedom. Just as I enjoy my freedom of speech on these live streams, and I'm willing to give up some sense of community to have the amount of freedom that I have to speak as I see fit. On the other hand, I'm willing to give up some freedom of speech to maintain some community.
What became of the world, as projected by Karl Polanyi, at that fateful historical turning point, the end of the 20th century's great destruction? While some of his predictions were obviously falsified by the course of events, others were not. Even his misses and near misses, however, appear astonishingly useful for description and analysis of developments since 1945. To begin with, The regionalization of socialism inside the cordon sanitaire around the Soviet Union's communism in one country proved less resilient to US universalistic expansionism than hoped for. As Polanyi anticipated, the United States did its utmost to export its system to the rest of the world in confrontation with the other remaining superpower, and was remarkably successful. Offers of Marshall Plan aid to Eastern European countries, conditional on the adoption of a market economy, threatened to turn the Soviet Union's regional neighbors into hostile allies of its global rival, and were countered by military support for a revolutionary conversion to the Soviet political economic order. For roughly 4 decades, Eastern and Central Europe became incorporated in a more...
Right, so different peoples need different levels of freedom versus protection. So it appears to me that Northeast Asians who survived horrific winters for thousands of years developed more corporate societies with much less individual freedom. On the other hand, people from Northern European origins, they develop societies with much more individual freedom. So it makes sense to me that some people are better suited to a freer, more market-oriented economy. Other people are more suited to a corporate, communal political system and economy.
Or less tightly integrated Soviet-Russian empire, confronted by and confronting a Western alliance of democratic capitalist or liberal corporatist states built originally on the model of the American New Deal. That other Western empire held together even when its hegemonic power, beginning in the 1980s, the United States, embarked on a global return to the precepts of economic liberalism, pure and simple, no longer allowing its client states to choose between different national economic and social policies under the protection of Bretton Woods Keynesianism.
So Japan, Korea, and China seem to have benefited from much more interventionist, state-guided economic systems than the more free market and individualist systems found historically in England, United States, Canada, and Australia. Right? Close government-private business partnerships may well have worked out better for South Korea, Japan, and China than such partnerships in the Anglo world.
This coincided with the Soviet Union finally losing the support not just of its client peoples, but also of its own citizenry, as a result of both heavy-handed repression and the lures of consumer capitalism. In 1990 then, communism was ready to collapse into global capitalism, which subsequently felt free to abandon even the pretense of democratic redistributionism at home and pluralist institutionalism abroad. What looked like the victory, however, even like unconditional surrender, was only of short duration. Very soon, the sole remaining superpower, the by then uncontested hegemon of the capitalist world, began to suffer from overextension.
Right, so different economic and political systems will work differently under different circumstances. The type of politics and economic system that aided the United States during the Cold War was not as beneficial after the end of the Cold War, and now we've moved into a different era than the mid-1990s. So depending on the situation, a people will want to adopt different economic and political strategies. So under a situation of great stress and danger, you're going to be more incentivized to move towards a xenophobic police state. During a time of tremendous safety and prosperity, you'll be more incentivized to move towards an increasingly open economic and political system.
Just as previous imperial powers inevitably had lost wars beginning in Vietnam and not ending in Afghanistan, and failed prospects of nation building like in Iraq or of regime change like in Syria, Iran and Libya came together with continuing neglect of domestic problems like a decaying infrastructure and rising inequality as economic growth became reserved for a tiny oligarchy of private beneficiaries from public empire. Strong isolationist tendency.
So one thing I love about the United States is that there is relatively little rage and resentment against the rich. So compared to England and Australia, there's much less class warfare. In Australia, there is this syndrome, tall poppy syndrome, where anyone who strives to achieve at a very high level, he gets mocked and pulled down by his mates. Now, America venerates success. The downside of that is that the United States is a much more individualist country than Australia and England. The mateship doesn't have near the power and common occurrence that it does in England and Australia. So in the United States, by and large, there's great respect for people who pursue success. In Australia and England, far fewer people want to pursue success if it's going to separate you from your mates.
Among the electorate and resounding calls for economic protection against the world market in which the United States was no longer able to guarantee its citizens a secure seigneurage paved the way to the US presidency for an apparent isolationist come protectionist, America first, like Donald Trump.
This lecture is apparently delivered June 5 of 2019.
The result was a standoff between the capitalist imperialism and the entrenched international elites of the East Coast, aligned with the country's huge military establishment, and the new populist mainstream, interested neither in international adventures nor with Polanyi a free market foreign economy. Now, just as an aside, it is absolutely mind-blowing if one tries to imagine the sheer size of the American military power, yeah, and the enormous number of countries where they have their special ops operating some special things. And it's unbelievable. I mean, it's 40% of the world's expenditure on military hardware and software. Yeah. Turning to Western Europe, we find another historical trajectory that fits Polanyi's concepts while deviating from his predictions. In the 1950s, in good part at the instigation of the United States, Western European countries did in fact engage in what came remarkably close to what Polanyi had called regional planning. The European Community for Coal and Steel in particular was created, among many other similar institutions like the European Payments Union, to jointly administer a specific sector of cooperating national economies, taking into account national economic needs and interests, thereby stabilizing peaceful relations among what were now the European members of an anti-communist Western alliance. Placing the key industries of industrial capitalism under supranational control, coal and steel, was to prevent them being used by defeated Germany, like in the 1930s, for nationalist rearmament. It also gave neighboring countries secure access to German coal and steel, making it unnecessary for France in particular, again to occupy the Ruhr Valley, with the disastrous consequences this had for peace in Europe, and helped manage the economic fortunes of an industry, steel in particular, with strong trade unions and a tradition of labor conflict. Later, yet another sector, nuclear power, believed at the time to be of foundational importance for a modern economy, was in the same way entrusted to a special international organization, Euratom, again very much in line with the model of regional planning envisaged by Polanyi. Soon, however, regional planning changed into something else. Step by step, the scope of supranational jurisdiction increased, And so did the number of countries involved, from 6 originally to 12 in 1989, and no less than 28, soon perhaps 27 today. What had set out as joint sectoral planning began to appear for a short...
So obviously this bloke's German, and often outsiders will see us more accurately than our fellow countrymen.
...short while in the 1970s as a prelude to regional state building. Sectoral technocratic administration seemed to be turning into general political authority, prospectively replacing national states with a supranational European superstate, and indeed...
So you can say many things about Donald Trump's cabinet, but overwhelmingly it's not composed of the most competent people. It's not composed of technocrats, all right? It's a cabinet of podcasters.
Super welfare state, as horizontal cooperation seemed to be shading into hierarchical federalism. But rather than sovereign national states merging into a sovereign supranational state, something that incidentally never came to pass anywhere since the era of the nation state after the Second World War began in earnest, what happened, only Germany is the only exception, yeah? But otherwise you see Czechoslovakia separating into two peacefully, or Yugoslavia less than peacefully, but it's always separatism. And Germany was a special case, of course. So what happened, in fact, was the merger of national economies by international treaties into a sectorally encompassing supranational market economy. That economy was released from redistributive state intervention, not by the political will of a state coterminous with it, a state that might, by popular democratic pressure, be moved to change direction, but by a regional cluster of states banding together to keep each other in the neoliberal fold. Proceeding alongside with the return of the United States to its historical pattern of unfettered market liberalism, state-free market building in economically integrated but politically ununited and therefore only negatively integrated liberal Europe, moved after the collapse of communism and the breakup of its European empire into international empire building. A liberal empire of 28 states joined together by a stateless, supranational, post-democratic, pre-Keynesian market economy, kept together in turn by a hard German-style common currency. As Polanyi would not have been surprised, the transition in the final decades of the 20th century from regional planning to a new old pattern of capitalist universalism, institutionalized in a neoliberal regional superstate, in Polanyi's perspective, a regressive reversal of post-war historical progress, revived the national and international conflicts of the era of the gold standard. In particular, within European monetary union, relations between European countries are worse today than ever in the post-war period. Germany in particular, the new hegemon under the hard currency it has bestowed willy-nilly on its Western European allies. Remember that the Germans didn't want it, the Italian and the French wanted it, has become the target of deep nationalist animosities, especially among Mediterranean countries, including France. As countries find themselves and their foreign economies in unmitigated competition with one another, a condition that they cannot do anything about under the four freedoms of the market, and in particular the common currency that have become constitutive for the Europe of European integration, and they are enshrined in treaties, not in legislation, or in jurisdiction of the European Court, which is totally immune to any political change. The popular counter movements have sprung up that are rediscovering the institutional resources of national democracy to force governments to abandon their studied passivity and protect their society's economic fortunes and accustomed ways of life from the creatively destructive forces of globalization. After the center-left, in most, if not all, of the countries involved had in the 1990s, at the latest, tied its future to a neoliberal revival of capitalist growth. Sorry, I have these new glasses. The first time I'm wearing this, I have to find out how to put my head to be able to read this. Yeah, it's unbelievable, but it comes with age. After the center left, in most of one's kind involved, had tied its future to a neoliberal revival through economic internationalism. It is only the nationalist right that is today offering protectionist political rhetoric that speaks to those who feel threatened by an open society identified with a neoliberal economy. Since 2008 in particular, declining confidence in neoliberal global governance and its promise of universal economic achievement for those who, with Hillary Clinton, who work hard and play by the rules, fueled the rise of new political parties denounced as populist by the established political class and its media that have broken up the centrist politics of post-war Western European democracy. This is something I can take from the book of Chantal Mouffe, who describes that process in exactly these terms. The result was and is an impasse between two incompatible political economic projects: the neoliberal, supranationally centralized, top-down technocracy of globalization, a neoliberal superstate or a supermarket without a corresponding state, held together by a firmly institutionalized de facto international gold standard on the one side, and the anti-liberal, nationally decentralized, bottom-up democracy of often reactionary, popular counter-movements of various kinds of colorations. Mind you that I personally use the term democracy not to mean a catalogue of middle-class values to which Democrats, if they want to be ones, must subscribe. Rather, I mean institutions that give losers, political as well as economic losers, a chance to organize and thereby gain the attention of the winners.